We just don't.
No, you just don't.
How entrepreneurship and sustainability.
Yeah, I will.
Thank you. That helps. Ms. Brenda? Where you sitting? I want to sit there.
Also, we will take Miss Brenda.
Come on, Ms. Brenda.
I hope you're enjoying breakfast this morning. My name is Hector Goldo. I'm one of the co-chairs of those of you who came today. And also we have the second one, Professor Skuza is also co-chair and also co-chairing also this session. So today we have two important, in fact, groups. One is from here, a domestic group, which is going to talk about the social entrepreneurship at home. And also we have a professor who is going to attend and who's going to be introduced, in fact, by Professor Skuza. Both of them are going to talk about the same thing, but from different perspectives. So now it's my, it's an honor, in fact, to ask Darren to share with us about his experience. His experience is changing, society in a sustainable way. So his story about what he did to Bunton Farm is amazing. I was myself several times visiting that place. This is a place where you want to have, in fact, breakfast. You want to have, interactions, people who are not part of the north, they are in the south, but that's what we feel cool. So he's going to talk about all this experience, how he, in fact, contributed to this community. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's an honor and pleasure to be here today, being able to share with you about something that I'm deeply passionate about, both sustainability, solving some of the most significant problems that our world face, and to do that through entrepreneurship. I think that I didn't know much about entrepreneurship growing up. It's not something that they taught in schools. It was not a curriculum at that time, but I was a natural born entrepreneur. I started my first company at 14. Didn't know what I was doing, but it was just in me to see opportunities and to try to create a path forward. And so fast forward, I went to school, I got into business, really was a bit lost in that world, and stepped out again to start another business. Moved my family to Portland, Oregon, and started a company there. And things were going really well. And then my wife was diagnosed with cancer. And all of a sudden we had this business partnership, not only a marriage, and she was my wife and the mother of my children, but she was also my business partner. And if you know much about entrepreneurship, you know that we need sidekicks. Like we're not a one-man band. We tend to be visionaries and have great ideas, but in terms of execution, we always need a sidekick that dot the I's and cross the T's. And so she was that to me. And then 2 years from the day that she was diagnosed with cancer, she died. And it just flipped my world upside down. It was that combined with some other things, but I had this point coming out the other side of that. It took some time for me to heal and recover from that. But coming out the other side, there's a lot of monumental shifts that happened in me. Entrepreneurship to me up to that point was about how I could do the most for me through entrepreneurship. Coming out the other side of this, my whole worldview changed, where the things that I learned were most valuable in this life weren't about houses and cars and stuff and things and status and money. It was about people. And the thing that got me through that really difficult time, to be honest with you, was my faith. And secondly, relationships. It was communities, people that cared about me enough that when I was struggling and couldn't find a way forward, they wrapped their arms around me and saw that I made it through the other side of that. And so for me, when you endure something like that, my world would change. All of a sudden, I had this really weird part of my personality where I cared about other people, not for what I could get from you, not from what we could do together, not from what we could accomplish together, but how do we help each other build a better world? How do we help each other thrive? And it's foreign to me, and it's still a little bit strange because I know who I really am inside before this change took place. I didn't have the energy coming out of that to run my own business. If you run your own company, the one thing is that whether there's a security or your security system goes off at night, or one of the fire things goes off and the sprinkler set off in your business, you know who gets the call? You do. You know, if somebody doesn't show up to work that day, you know who gets the call? You do. It's a tireless, grueling endeavor to be an entrepreneur, to be a business owner. And coming out of that, I just didn't have the energy to do that. So I took a class. I lived in Portland, Oregon at the time, and I took a class for recovering entrepreneurs. And here's one of the things that I learned that didn't resonate with me until later. But companies don't like to hire entrepreneurs. We don't get along well. We don't follow the rules very well. We see things differently. And it wasn't until later that I learned by listening to Malcolm Gladwell talk about, drawing a blank on his first names, something McLean, that is credited for really opening up global commerce. He's the one that saw the problem that it took us so long to unload and offload goods and merchandise in our ports, and gave birth to modern day shipping and shipping containers that allow us to create a global economy. And in Malcolm Gladwell's short paper about Mr. McLean and his entrepreneurship, what he uses is that case study to say there's really 3 attributes that entrepreneurs have to have. One of them is we're just creative. We see things differently. We see opportunities in things where other people see barriers. Secondly, is we have this tenacious pursuit to execute, to see that those dreams come true. And he makes the point that there's a lot of creative people that are walking around with plays and scripts and business ideas and business plans and strategic plans that are working in coffee shops that never birth them, because the tenacity of what it takes to bring an idea to life is unparalleled. And then the third thing is because you see the world differently, nobody's going to believe in you or support your idea. You have to be disagreeable. And so you have to be a visionary, you have to be creative, you have to be somebody that is tenacious in terms of not stopping no matter what barriers you face. You're going to see this, it burns inside of you. And then thirdly, when everybody tells you no, you can't do it, and gives you all the reasons why, you have to be disagreeable and stand your ground and to see that it comes through, or new ideas will never be birthed. And so I didn't know all that at the time that I took this class, but basically this class was for recovering entrepreneurs because we don't fit in well in corporate environments. And so wound up getting a job with my first boss out of college. He was now a part of a big supply chain company. And after I took that opportunity, we were acquired by Blackstone Group, which is a big private equity firm. And it was then that I kind of got to have the best of both worlds. I didn't have to start a business, but I got to go into businesses that were troubled for some reason, that we were acquired, and to be a part of the transition team to turn around that business to do better. And so I got to help other people's businesses thrive. And so it was the best of both worlds for me. And then one day I was having coffee with a friend of mine here in Dallas. And in the middle of our time, he said, man, I'm so sorry, I've got to go. I have a friend of mine doing prison ministry. And he promised this guy when he got out of prison that he would carry this relationship forward. And he happens to be from a neighborhood in South Dallas called Bonham. And it's really kind of scary to go down there. You can't just drive into that neighborhood. People have to meet you at the floodgates to escort you in, and you just don't drive in there. And so it piqued my attention, and I don't really know why I went, but I was curious. And I went down here within that day, and I walked into this house with a group of men, most of whom were coming home from prison and trying not to go back. And it was also intimidating because as we approached the door, there was a guy yelling on the other side. And he didn't stop because we knocked on the door. He was angry and he was making his feelings known. And basically what he was saying is that I just got released from federal prison. I have a GPS ankle monitor on. And I'm required by my parole officer to get 3 interviews a week. And I have to call and turn those in. Now my parole officer has told me that he's changing the terms of my parole where that monitor comes off after 90 days. To where now it won't come off until I get a job. So here's what happens. I call my parole officer and give him my 3 interviews a week. He calls the companies and says, do you know that federal inmate number so-and-so and so-and-so, his name is, and gives his name, and says he's required by the terms of his parole to have these 3 interviews a week, and he says he has one with you. I need to confirm. He has a GPS monitor on, and we have to release him to your premise for the day and the time of your interview. Can you confirm that you have this appointment? And they would confirm. And he said, please know that because he's on a monitor and it's time, if your interview goes long, police will be dispatched to your premise. And this is what they do before they even have a chance to meet me. I don't know about you, but that's wrong. That's a problem. You know, in the United States, almost half, more than half of all men and women returning home from prison will reoffend in the first 12 months. In 11 years of doing this work, we work with a lot of men and women that have been formerly incarcerated. We've yet to have a person reoffend. A lot of people, if I'm having that conversation one-on-one, will say, that's amazing. I was like, that's not what's amazing. Nobody wants to go back to prison. I haven't met one person yet that said, that's a nice place. I want to do what I can to go back. So the real question is, why do we live in a country where over half will go back in the first 12 months? And is it possible through innovation, through creating ideas, sustainable ideas that maybe we can't politic, or maybe we can't lobby enough to get politics to change, but we could do something about it. And so really Bonton Farms was built on this idea that I came on this head-on collision with a community and a culture that was relatively foreign to me. And that in coming together and understanding and learning from them and their life experiences, we've been able to come up with innovative solutions that are within our power, not governments, not anybody else's, but within our power. And what I've learned is that when you do what you can where you are, the other things that are bigger than you start to change in effect. And so after 11 years of not having a single person reoffend, and people start asking us questions why our outcomes are so radically different, all of a sudden we have politicians coming down saying, what are you doing? It's like, we're just walking with people to overcome the barriers you put in their way. But wouldn't it be very better if you remove those barriers? And so the last legislative session, we had a bill that was presented called the Bonton Farms Act bill that was passed into law. And so now, because of the social entrepreneurship that we've done walking with men and women, and because of the outcomes that endeavor had, we've been able to change the political system as a result, but I don't think it ever works very well the other way around. And so I think we live in a world today where we need more people stepping up to the plate and realizing their gifts for innovation and mustering up the courage and support to go out and to birth these ideas to change the world. I think it's an indictment on us as a society that we live in the richest country in the history of the world. We live in one of the richest cities in the richest country in the history of the world. And we have over 40 communities in Dallas County alone that are classified by the USDA as a food bank. Now get this. So if you're an entrepreneur, this will make your mind spin. We import 40% more food into Dallas than we consume. We waste 40% of the food that we import. We have 40 communities in Dallas County that are food deserts, which means that we don't have access to food. And we're not smart enough yet to figure out how to get that food, the 40% that we don't consume, redistributed before it's too late to communities that need it to end the food desert problem. Or that's just one indictment, but there's a bunch of different arms and legs to that problem. The big challenge to me is that in 2023, that problem still exists with no real answers. Let me ask you this question, and please interact. I really mean this. This is not a rhetorical question. I want your response. Think about this because it's a strangely phrased question. Could you be and do what you've been and done if you never had access to credit? Anybody here have student loans? I went to college. I'm old, so I went to college before they started giving kids credit cards, before we had credit. And I got my first job. out of college, and it required me to move. But I didn't have any experience, so I wasn't really a valuable asset. This company bet on me, and they were going to invest in me to train me so that I could actually become productive. So until you're productive, you don't get reload packages. I don't know if you do today, but you certainly didn't back then. So I had to relocate to take advantage of this opportunity. In order to move from my college town to where this opportunity was, I had to rent a U-Haul. You know what it takes to rent a U-Haul? Credit card. You know, when I called to find a place to live, I had to pay the first and last month rent of an apartment. Real world hit me real fast. I had to borrow $5,000 from my father because I had no credit to get on my own. But because I was able to do that, I was able to take advantage of this first opportunity to leverage my education in a way to provide for myself and my family. How amazing is that? And yet in 2023, if you've heard of redlining, we have entire communities all across our country that don't have access to non-predatory financial tools. Richest country in the history of the world, one of the richest cities in the history of the world, and yet all of us agree that we couldn't be and do what we didn't have done if we didn't have access to credit, and yet we have this glaring problem that's yet to be solved. And so I guess what my point is today is that we need people to wake up, and we need people to dare great things and to have ambitious ideas and to look at things in the world that have never been done. And I think that's where the intersection of just entrepreneurialism crosses with social entrepreneurship, where we're bent on not only making a profit, but we're bent first and foremost on changing the face of the world to make it better for all people. And the truth of the matter is, for most of the people that have, for most of the people like me that were privileged enough to at least be middle class growing up, I had all the resources I need. America has built a system that works for half of our people. But we have a system that doesn't work so well for other half. And in order for that to change, it requires people to think differently. To not just think about ourselves, but to think about the people in the communities around us. And then how do we collaborate? How do we be creative? How do we challenge? And how do we muster up enough courage to try things that have never been done before in the face of people that are going to tell you you can't do it, you shouldn't do it? I'll just tell you that one of the expressions of Bonton Farms is, in Dallas, Texas, I'm going to tell you another problem. In Dallas, Texas, if you look at I-30, it runs across the east and west part just south of downtown. Did you know that in our city, 55% of our population lives north of that line and 45% lives south? It shocked me. It feels so much more dense north of I-30 than it does south. But it's 55, 45%. Anybody have a guess of what percentage of jobs are north of that line? Or north of I-30? If the population's 50-50, the economy should be about that, right? But what is it, sir? It's 95. We have half the population living where 5% of the opportunities are. So part of the social entrepreneurial expression of Bonton Farms is we have to create economy in our community. That's a different idea. Most people that engage in this work just try to help prepare people for jobs and export them to the north side. That's the easiest thing to do, but in reality, that doesn't really change anything. It changes something for that one person at a time, but it doesn't change the system that causes that to be such a big problem. So we have to create economic opportunities if we're going to address this issue. So one of the things we did is we started a farm. From that, we thought, well, that's an industry. Food is an industry. So what are the related things around food that we could build to start creating jobs and to get people to come down and trade their money for our goods and services? So 5 years ago, maybe four and a half years ago, we started a restaurant. So can you imagine this conversation? If you talk about courage and you talk about tenacity, being disagreeable, can you imagine going to a banker and saying, I want to open a restaurant? What are they going to tell you? Over 70% of all restaurants fail, so you're going to have a difficult time getting a loan for a restaurant. So they're going to do everything they can to talk you out of it. But let's just say we make it through the first objection. Restaurants are a bad thing to start, 70% of them fail. Why do you think that is going to be one of the 30% that make it? And let's say we overcome that objection. The next objection is, well, where do you want to do it? I want to do it in the inner city. Okay, well, usually what you do if you open a business, you run a demographic report and you find out, are there enough people that have money and that desire your services to build a business there? Well, we don't have that many people, we don't have that much money, and you're gonna build it in a place where you have to have people meet at the floodgates before it's safe to come in? That's the craziest idea I've ever heard in the world. Oh, and then third, where in this inner city community are you gonna build it? Well, the only place we have is on the back of the dead-end street that dead ends into the Trinity River, so there's no traffic flow. Okay, you've lost your mind, and yet we've done it. And so I just will tell you that from my experience from for-profit entrepreneurship to the things and work that we're doing at Bonton Farms, it not only takes somebody to see the world differently and to see solutions where other people see problems, but it takes somebody that has the courage to bring those things to life against all odds. And then it takes somebody that's disagreeable enough to be engaged in a lot of battles where people don't think that your ideas are possible. And all I will tell you is that our world depends on you having those things. And so anything that we can do to help, hopefully we may have some time for questions later on. Is there anything that you hoped I would touch on that I didn't?
We will have time for questions.
Thank you.
Now coming back to our students. We brought this story to our students and we told them, thanks to one person, our former student, in fact, Kerry, here, Mr. Kerry is here. He took my class and he told me, I'm taking students to Africa. He says, there is Africa here. He told me, come to downtown and then you can help. So I talked with my students and the students, if they were willing to go to, with me to downtown, south of, I think 45 on the way to Eastern. Very complicated way to go in for the first time for me. So nine of them, in fact, wanted to participate in it. I was very, so these three students are the ones who are going to represent the rest, but let me introduce you. Let me also thank the Anne and Graves Foundation, who supported us, in fact, in case if they needed anything. And I think I talked this with Mike Whitaker, who is the Anne and in fact, representative here. He's the guy who puts the money. This is the time to say, in fact, thank you. I sent you there. So this is Alexander. Alexander is here. Second one is Kent. And third one is Raj. And now they are going to tell us about their reflections going into downtown for the first time, in fact, interacting with the people. And they have also Miss Brenda here, person, a very likable person. I saw her when I took the students. Yeah, she has a story to tell. So thank you very much. So whatever order you want to start.
A very good morning to one and all present here today. It's such a pleasure to be here and to be part of this panel on social entrepreneurship at home and abroad. For the next couple of minutes, my team and I, that is Alex and Arun, along with the most wonderful entrepreneur, Brenda, who's taking time to be here today, would like to share about our experiences as part of the Bonton Entrepreneur Project, and share with you what we've done, what we're able to achieve, and what is the difference we're able to bring to our business. So that's the deal. To give you all some context, the University of Texas in Dallas and Bonton Farms came up with this amazing initiative called the Bonton Entrepreneur Project. The Bonton Entrepreneur Project was a 10-week intensive project where students were paired with micro-entrepreneurs from the Bonton community in South Dallas. From the University of Texas, Dallas, like Professor mentioned, there were 9 of us, 3 teams paired with 3 entrepreneurs, and we were paired with Miss Brenda. To talk to you a little bit more about Brenda, Brenda started baking brownies 10 years ago, of course, for her friends and family, with a simple mission to put smiles on their faces. And since then, she's embarked on this journey and she's expanded and refined her business. A little bit about her business. Her business is called Miss Brenda's Brownies, and she primarily bakes brownies and confection products. When we came in, we identified 5 key objectives where we shift our focus and help our business. One was refine our business model. So Brenda had a lot going on, and she needed us to sort of come and give us some direction. build a brand, of course. She had the magic, she had the expertise. Everybody loves the product. We had to build a brand around it, and that's what we wanted to do. In terms of marketing, she had a lot of repeat customers, and it was our goal to sort of put her out there and put her on digital, especially, and bring her a new set of customers. And that's what we wanted to achieve through marketing. In terms of packaging, we listened to a lot of customer feedback and we took up a complete branding revamp project. And down the slides, we'll definitely take you through how we went about it. And lastly, fix the books, something Brenda is extremely uncomfortable about, but also understands that it is extremely important for the business. So we were able to contribute on that front as well. Talking to you about how we went about refining our business model. When we came in, first we did product mix analysis, and we helped her identify underperforming products, and then give her recommendations on what are the products she must shift her focus towards. We did some market study and competitor analysis and implemented a new pricing strategy, which actually helped her increase her profits by 35% in the last 6 months. And then from there, we went on to help her identify new growth opportunities. In terms of B2C business, where we helped her set up 20+ pop-up stores. And in terms of volumes, we try to target B2B businesses where we want contracts, and she was able to bake 700+ brownies in a span of 3 weeks. I think I invite Tarun to come forward and explain this.
So once we started working with Miss Brenda, the first thing we found was she had a great passion to sell these brownies, and our customers gave great feedback. But one thing that was missing was that the brand was quite limited to her immediate customers or some of the past customers. But beyond that, there was not much traction. So we wanted to build a brand to represent her products, which had a lot of warmth about them. And so some of the attributes that we tried to capture was the warmth to communicate that. And we started about building the brand by, first of all, going through some of the co-branding aspects and the guidelines given by Quantum Farms. And we did a comprehensive review of 25 competing brands operating in this space in the North American market. Further to that, we also did a detailed questionnaire. We sat with Brenda to understand how she wants the brand to be represented and the various attributes that she wants to talk about in terms of the colors that the brand should represent and the thoughts that the customer should think about a brand when they see the product and they experience the product. So next slide. So then once we identified that, we started marketing in various ways and saw an opportunity to create a very unique niche by which the brand could be identified. So we created a QR code where customers could not just leave their contact details for creating future email lists, but also Brenda could get some vital feedback to keep iterating and improving the brand. We created a website so that there was a digital presence for the brand to be identified. We created packaging that could go along labels for the packaging. We also revamped the menu so that the wonderful products that Brenda had could be identified to customers in different ways. For example, the fudge and the walnut brownies might have the same ingredients, but when the customers saw the brand itself, they could understand what would suit their taste. And so every product was a brand in itself. And also, we ramped up the social media presence so that the brand could get a lot of traction. So we were able to get a 120% growth over the existing base, and it's continuing to increase where the brand is seeing a lot of traction on social media, especially Instagram. So one core aspect that we did was work on the packaging, because when we were interacting with customers, we found that they love the product, but getting to the product to be a challenge because of the wrapping, and also there was critical real estate missing for the brand because there was a simple packaging. So we worked out a detailed plan so that the packaging not only was simple, so that customers liked how the package was presented to them, but also we created branding labels that went along with the brand, so that the moment they came in touch with the product, they were able to recognize, so that it could create a lot of recall. And we got a lot of feedback about it in some of the interactions later on when we met. So to take you through how we try to fix the books and also the future plans, I would request Alex.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, my name is Alex. It's a pleasure to be here. Fixing the books, not exactly what it sounds like, but we're taking that nice, warm atmosphere that comes out of the Taste of a Brownie and pairing that to the back office now. So when we first started working with Brenda in some of our preliminary sessions, we started trying to uncover some indicators for any needed aspects of our business on the back end that would need to be dealt with. Just regular business functions, setting up actual routines or processes that you follow throughout the production process were first and foremost things that we identified and going through just the whole process of creating this product. Going from there, though, we needed to start standardizing the actual cost of what she's dealing with here. So to start with that, we started giving some estimates for the product costs and profits that we're able to get from the products at hand here. Overall, they gave us about a profit margin of $100. And while 25% is nice for what we're looking at here, with inflation and increasing cost of goods from, say, local grocery stores in order to make this product, just not on a wholesale scale yet, or wholesale scale, we're essentially going to be looking at that profit margin shrinking over time. So what we wanted to look at here with Brenda in actually getting to the back office end of things is starting to itemizing all the ingredients that she's using in her process and looking at how we can actually scale that up to eventually look at purchasing those from, say, a wholesale provider that would allow for an increase of that profit margin. So with that, it comes with being able to take that recipe that she has, taking all the weighted ingredients, scaling that up, but also once we've been able to meet that supply side of the equation, we need to figure out the demand as well. That ties into a scalable point of sale system. As y'all can see on the left-hand side here, just for example, we have QuickBooks as one possible alternative for logging business functions and keeping just a altogether bigger picture of the finances going on in this business together. Still exploring that route, but we did decide to land on a easy-to-use website interface called Wix, which also does support e-commerce on its other ends there, or just any kind of e-shop that you want to sell online. Here is an example of just an online bakery shop with an online e-commerce section. We're still working on ours for Ms. Brenda, but overall, this is the possibility that we need to look at in order to scale the business in order to meet the demand side for the supply that we're trying to cater to. So overall, in assessing all these functions, making sure they're logged and starting to actually put this into some kind of formalized book process, we're trying to make sure that there's going to be a availability and a validity for the need of the resources and figuring out how much we need in order to scale this production. But also just to make informed decisions in the short term that can lend themselves to increase profitability in the long term is what we were trying to help Ms. Brenda's Brownies achieve here in actually going through the back-end processes of what was going on in the track record while she was making these brownies. But from there, we are going to be looking at some more stuff. Next slide, please. So the big issue here and what we're doing is that this is a business plan. It sounds very good, but there are going to be hurdles along the way that we encounter that we're simply going to have to look externally for help from. Just for example, Ms. Brenda's Brownies operates as a cottage industry business inside the state of Texas, meaning that you can essentially make up to about $50,000. After that, there are licenses, taxation, basically being classified as a commercial business at that standpoint that you would have to worry about. Navigating the legal hurdles in that process can easily cost $1,000, and just hiring, say, for instance, the rate I borrow for a junior lawyer, just to make sure that all the fine lines are dotted and get that process created. The other thing that we also had to worry about was a lack of technological infrastructure in the business already. Now, we're already working on creating and getting social media platforms simulated for the company, making sure that we can broadcast this business in the most effective way possible. But altogether, creating a unified social media management just through a third-party app, one that I can think of, which doesn't support all things, but MailChimp, for example, is a service that can be used here. It's something that we're still exploring with Ms. Brenda, But all those things down to securing the domain name for a website, as well as actually paying for the actual service of a website like Wix. For a commercial business, for a bakery, it usually costs you between about $35 to $45 plus a month. So annually, already looking at hundreds of dollars starting to build up. And also the seed funding that may be required as far as going into scaling to a commercial kitchen or just any other monthly overhead costs that could play into this is going to be one of the biggest hurdles. And say just in the scale of the market as it exists, can often stranglehold small businesses to not even be able to compete. So the hurdles that we're looking at right now are essentially trying to make sure that we can scale the business as far as we can with its current constraints, but also looking at what other parameters outside of this we can start to include to help build momentum in the business itself. And that brings us to trying to set some benchmarks, some goals of completion that will lend itself to success for Brenda. So we have ultimately in consulting Brenda, our goal is to help her get into the state of Texas. It's actually a highly competitive market across all vendors. And in order to actually be able to be in the running to submit an application for the state of Texas, you have to be able to show that you have business licenses and can meet the demand for the kind of business that you'll be taking on there. Now, in order to do that, within those existing constraints that we have, we're looking at exploring different online commerce venues such as DoorDash, Cloud Kitchen, or just looking at any kind of sponsorship that we can get or partnership with the business in order to help it get itself included into, say, other events such as corporate catering, where you can essentially have events that are very consistent, but do allow you to produce more supply to be greater demand, essentially stress testing at that point. But from there, we also need to experiment with new product mixes. And Brenda has informed us of one of the ones she's working on, which is peppermint brownies. Going into the holiday seasons, when sales are very centrally focused in that portion of the year, she is working on, say, different items that can lend itself to that time of the year. Other than that, though, they are artisanal brownies. They come at a decreased cost. So exploring things such as assorted brownies that basically offer, say, a higher cost than a normal single brownie, but offer the client the ability to experience a tasty brownie in more than one flavor. Getting used to, say, that kind of experience is something that we're also trying to get bootstrapped with this company to just give itself the maximum mix of products that can cater to clients for what they want to have. But overall, when we scale a business like this, we're going to need to look at staffing support. When Brenda is trying to take over managerial operations of this, when we try and get this scale to a commercial kitchen, eventually you're going to need help with social media management, help with the actual kitchen staffing itself, and even help with, say, drop-off shipping, or if you're going to be, catering to a surrounding area, even making those routes available for different drivers. So sky's the limit with what this business is. We know the constraints that are pressing down on us, and we're always looking for different partnerships that we can have to start expanding the business to a point where we can start looking at those staffing requirements that will be needed based on the estimates of cost for where the business is already at. But to really help give you all an idea of not just the backside of this business, but the actual face and that warmth and comfort that comes from the brownies themselves, I'd like to introduce Brenda Thompson, the owner of the business. Basically,
everyone, it's a pleasure to be here. And first of all, I would like to, thank God this morning for such beautiful people that He has put in my life today. Now, I am not here, it's not about me today, but it is about these guys. So first, I would like to give thanks to Bonton Forum, since I'm from the Bonton community. And first of all, I would like to give thanks to this man, Darren Babcock, which is a very selfless person. When I first met Darren, he just took to me and I took to him. And I had time, he spent time with me one-on-one and, just wanted to hear all about, what I had been through and my experiences when I lived in Bonton. And I just wanted to thank him and honor him, give him honor today, because he has always been there for me and he's still there for me. and he's very selfless, and I appreciate him and the Bonton Forums community. And I also would like to give special thanks unto a Bonton Forums member. His name is Jacob Duval, who was in this process with us during the Bonton Entrepreneur pop-up. And also Chris back there. I would like to say thanks and give honor unto Chris, because Chris gave us the curriculum. And I wanted to give my appreciation, I'm sorry, to the professor and to these guys. I mean, these guys are so great. I mean, we supposed to have met once a week, but I was able to call these guys 7 days a week, because I didn't know that I was going to be chosen to be the Bonton Entrepreneur of the Month. And I was not ready. And I'm saying, oh my goodness. So we had to, we had to make this work. We had to come up with, we had to come up with labels. We had to come up with menus. We had to come up with all sorts of things. And I told these guys, I said, the only thing that I know how to do is to bake. That's the only thing I know how to do, is to bake and go out and sell my product. That's the only thing. And oh my, I am just truly blessed. I said, what? I didn't deserve all of this. I mean, these guys were there for me. And I mean, they made it happen. They made it happen. I mean, my table, and I'm not too sure if we have a picture of it, but the setup, I mean, it was beautiful. And we worked hard together. These guys took out their lives, their school time, their jobs, I mean, to be there for me. And I just wanted to appreciate them all and to honor them all. And that
Thank you. It's all very inspiring to all of us. And now we will move to our next speaker, and that will talk about another wonderful project that Jason, the General School of Management, done in Ethiopia. We will move to Ethiopia right now. Our speaker flew, especially for us, from Mekelle to Addis Ababa, and because, as we all know, Mekelle does not have internet connection. They have a lot of problems. So especially for us, he flew to Addis Ababa, and we'll talk about another wonderful project that, thanks to Mike again, thank you, Mike, thanks to Professor Waldo and our wonderful students that we do not have today with, and Professor. So thank you to all of them. That project was possible, and now I will hear about, I guess we have connection with Mark. Okay, so Mark is the professor at School of Management, College of Business and Economics, Mekelle University. And
okay. Can you hear me, guys?
yes, we
Yeah, so sorry for the quality, maybe of the video, as well as the may not be, as good as we were expecting, and where I would like to apologize for that. So let me move to what we have here, and that thing is, as you have, as Professor Agnieszka has already introduced it to you. It is about social entrepreneurship project that we have been doing in collaboration with UT Dallas professors and as well as students. And of course, it was also have been supported by the Anne and Jake Graves Foundation. And I'm very grateful to that. I would like to thank you again. So you know, companies have been emphasizing on the so-called financial and physical capitals, but they were knowingly or unknowingly de-emphasizing the so-called social capital. Then as a result of this, there have been different social challenges. Well, as I have told you, companies are in one or another way are integrated to the great mass. So neglecting the society or the social capital may bring, you know, negative results in terms of company performances and as well as sustainability. That's why here we have been trying to solve, you know, particular social problems or traits, and that's what the main vision that we have been trying to put into context. So here, as the usual business case, we may not, you know, generate profits, but eventually the investor will recover its investment. So one or another way, it is a business, but not in terms of the conventional business, but we still recover the costs of the investment costs. Then later on, is supposed to be again invested or reinvested in similar sustainable business projects. I mean, through helping the society in general. So why do we need this social entrepreneurship? Let me give you also a brief, you know, outlook on this one. And especially when it comes to third world countries like Ethiopia and Magala city in particular, we have been, you know, seeing, and of course this is also statistically supported, there is rapidly rising unemployment levels, and as well as, you know, the poverty level, especially at Magala city. And this is the data that I'm sharing you is that prior to the war, to the 2-year brutal war or bloody war that we have had. So it's around 27%. Then taking this into account and other, you know, reasons like the high cost of public services, inadequacy of governmental services and other problems, it is vital or important that we have to, you know, go around and check for ways that we can, you know, interfere so that we can bring societal changes, especially in terms of empowerment, women empowerment in this regard. The reason why we are again trying to give more emphasis to women is that because they are the highly neglected or marginalized among the marginalized group within the society. So this is by taking into this account or into consideration, then we have opted to go to the projects. So the project, as I have told you, is that in projects that have been, you know, conducted in collaboration of Magala University and that of UT Dallas, and of course with the support from the so-called Anne and Jake Graves African Business Development Fund support. So taking this into account, the main target, as I have told you, is women, then empowering them, empowering the local women, and again, supporting them so that they can realize their vision of becoming female entrepreneurs is as the heart of the project. Then in similar, you know, way, previously, when we met with Professor Waldo as well as Professor Zadork, while they were here to, you know, for their first time visit to Magala, we have made the first contact. Then later on, that contact have been, you know, we have been exchanging different information and as well as proposals and so on. Then we have become to identifying certain women-based projects, potential women projects. Then again, we have been putting as an objective the following things like poverty alleviation, that's taking into account the existing level of poverty, very high, and of course sometimes it can be called as intolerable, statistics. And the other thing is that generating sustainable income. Sustainability was again at the heart of the project. And another thing is that environmental safety, whereby we have been trying to deal with like the emission and other carbon emission and other environmental threats. Another thing is also so-called promoting the gender equality is as part of this, objectives. So we have been trying to identify projects, different projects like grain mill, milk processing, food processing, organizing sanitary women's association, and so on and so on. Finally, by taking into account the objective and other related, reasons, we have opted for the so-called the need for fruit dehydration. And this is because of different reasons, then which are going to be summed as a holistic approach. Among them is like we have been seeing in the streets of Magala, like lots of wasted resources. One of this wasted resources was fruits. So recycling the food and minimizing the loss of resources. And again, feeding the poor people is one of the reasons why do we have opted for the need for the food dehydration. The other thing is that like overcoming hygiene or health related issues, such as spoiled foods, which may eventually attract bacteria and may affect the health of the society in general is another reason. And another pressing reason is called as producing less pollution than the currently applied food handling process. While we have been seeing as I have told you, there has been lots of wastage and so on. So we have been trying to address these issues, and because of this main reasons, we have opted for the fruit dehydration projects. Then the picture that we are seeing in the screen is this selected women beneficiaries. Then this is why they have been trained and empowered as members of the project. Then the next thing that you can see is also again part of the training of the women, especially on the left side of the screen. You see the women while they were trying to produce the fruit, dehydrated fruit in the machine. Then to the right side of the screen, you see while the women being trained on packaging and so on. Then this has resulted in this packaging and branding. This is the final product or output that we have produced for the first time. So again, this is the picture that shows the stakeholder visit at the facility. The stakeholders are like former president of the Magala University and other stakeholders from the municipal or sub-city of where the project is located. So let me take you to the lessons learned. And so the first lesson is that Magala city as a city has got an ample opportunity, especially for similar projects, for poverty alleviation projects. So this is the first lesson that we have learned. The other lesson is that like lack of awareness about sustainability projects. So it is important that we have to again foster or we have to do more awareness creation. And the other thing is like the underdeveloped culture of voluntarism that we have been facing. Okay. And lastly, we can say that there are lack of essential infrastructures. But despite all these challenges, the UT Dallas, staff members, professors as well as their students, have done a very great job in collaboration with different stakeholders. So we would like again to thank them. Then this next thing is we're going to focus on future and actionable suggestion for sustainable business projects in the African environment. The first thing is that we have to involve the local people in the identification process of the project. This is as a stakeholder, then to again make more productive use of the resources that exist within the society or locality. This is important. The second thing is that we have to determine the skills and the determination of leadership of the potential users of the project. So this is another thing, especially we have to see if there exists a proper match between the beneficiaries or leadership, that is the female entrepreneurs, and what the project requires. This is second issue. Third, verify if the existing human and physical infrastructure is available, of course, similar to the second one. And the next one is that we have to involve the government, university, local business people to assist in the project. Especially this is important, and it has been also supported through different literatures, like the so-called the triple helix model can be one of the evidences that we can apply in here. So finally, that what we can say is that prepare for failure, but also have alternative sustainable project initiatives. Still, what we have identified in Magale is that there are ample opportunities, underutilized, resources that can be put into use by designing different socially related, enterprises. But given all these things, again, I have also to mention two things important in here, especially the war that have been happening in Tigray, and as well as the COVID-19 problems are some of the things that I would like to emphasize about this. So I thank you all, and that's all.
It's time for your presentation. Now we'll open up the questions. A few minutes.
We were supposed to, in fact, ask them, but because you guys, I saw you, you were very impressed by their presentation. You will have questions, so we're not going to ask any questions. Yes.
Thank you all for such incredible presentations. My question is, I have a few questions, but I'll just ask one for respect for the other audiences, other members of the audience. Daryl, thank you so much for such incredible work. I know developing social enterprises and even the entire social community to actually enable this program to work, it takes a lot of money and resources. But my question is centered at what are you doing to be able to not only, I know you're doing enough to support these guys to get them started, but I know the real job becomes scaling those social enterprises. Look, we know Credit Agricole, which is probably the world's biggest example of an enterprise that scaled to billions of dollars. Are you investing in any strategy to scale these social enterprises? Because I know most of them end at the level of just starting.
Thank you for the question. We had, when we started when I became aware of these problems and was ashamed, quite honestly, that I was ignorant to them, and we started working with the community that was most affected by them to create solutions for those problems. One of the things that became one of our guiding principles from day one is that these problems are so pervasive that we didn't want to be selfish and just try to solve the problem for us, because we could do that a lot easier. You know, I could get people that care about our community to donate money or to underwrite our work to create something that benefits my community, but it wouldn't be scalable and it wouldn't be sustainable and it wouldn't be replicable. And so we try to hold a different standard to say, if it's just good for us, if it's not sustainable, scalable, and replicable, we've got to continue to innovate. And so we keep that in, and I'll give you an example. We're about to open the first of its kind inner city bank in the world, to my knowledge. And it's a bank custom designed for the needs of our neighborhood. And we had a bank come down and say, we just got approved by the city to build 30-something new branches here over the next short-term period of 3 to 5 years. They're going to require us to put a branch in South Dallas. So we want to know if you want us to put it in Bonton because you've got this economic thing. And we told them no. And the reason why is because the way they phrased the question, we're probably going to be required to put a bank in South Dallas, which means that they know that that bank as it existed wouldn't self-sustain and it would be done on charity. And because it was done on charity, at some point it's going to fail. The funds aren't going to be there to continue doing it. And then what it does is it actually sets us backwards because people look at that story and say, see, I told you so. They couldn't support a bank. And then we get set back another 10 years. So I think it's a really important question. And I think it's really important when we solve these social issues that we think beyond, if it's a larger problem than just the context of a specific area, that we hold ourselves to a standard of trying to see that we innovate to the point that it becomes scalable and replicable for other communities as well.
Okay. Good morning to all of you. When I heard Darren's great speech, I think it was very inspiring as well in terms of what you're doing for the community and also for new startups, social entrepreneurship, and it's very exciting. And Brenda's brownies, I mean, this was a bad time to introduce that because I got excited about the snickerdoodle brownies. If you had brought some of those, it would be exciting for breakfast. So, anyway, I wanted to ask you a question about students, how they can get engaged in this broader entrepreneurship program. Is it related to the concept itself? Like somebody has to have a business where you go and help, like what you guys did, right? The students, or how do they get engaged in this program, going forward?
Is that for me?
Is that for me?
Anybody can answer as long as I get an answer.
Okay, so we have an initiative, sustainable business initiative here in University of Texas at Dallas. We have a student organization which serves that. This is SSB, student org. So we sell this idea of sustainability through that organization to students. This is one way. The other thing is also we talk about sustainability in class. In fact, me and Hooper, Professor Hooper, we have a chapter about sustainability. So the concept is known to our students. Those who are taking core courses, international business, it covers one chapter, and then it is followed by books such as Small is Beautiful, The Limits to Growth, and North-South Dialogue. All those books are classic books which inspire people. We give them credit so that they can be reading those things. So we're having a lot of movements around the students on sustainability. That's how we recruit. Thank you.
Yeah, but the question was for this program, right? How
Yeah.
do people get engaged? How do the students get engaged? Like, this was a great experience for all of you, right? Helping with Brenda's brownies. So there are 3 students now who are coming forward and saying, we are excited. If I find 3 students, can they approach you and maybe there might be a different.
Absolutely, absolutely. It could in fact come from any group of the school within the University of Texas at Dallas.
Okay.
We welcome to work with you. You could be a leader, in fact, to them, and the only thing we use is, we have an office which helps, in fact, the logistics. As I say, the Arnold Jack Briggs Foundation is, its mission is broad, so wants to help students, in fact, to be aware of corporate social responsibility, engagement. So, we will support them.
Well, the other way to do that is to also identify these opportunities and put it in your website or someplace where students can go and see, well, I would like to do this. These are the potential opportunities for students. Because I hear from them, many of them are excited about things to do. If you put a list out there, and these are the different things you can do, and then they can come and meet you guys.
Sure, thank you. That will be the last question because we don't want to overtake the other program which is coming and also there is a break. So last question, please.
Thank you. My question is for the students. You guys were set on this project. I'm keen on understanding how you see it. Is this just a project or do you guys have a plan for how to get involved past this project or problem?
So this actually started as a pilot project, a 6 months initiative, and we sort of wrapped this in December of last year. But outside of the project, the three of us sort of continued to work with Brenda and help her, continue to help her with the business. So for us, one is, of course, it's experiential learning. It's outside of the curriculum. We want to do something outside of the curriculum to help a real business scenario. And two, like you mentioned, outside of the project, which when we wrapped it in 2023, we continue to work with Brenda and we even pitched it to the organizing team to see how we can make this program more efficient and restart this program starting summer 2023. I think Jacob was part of the discussion as well. We're sort of exploring if they can bring in mentors, outside industry folks as mentors, mentor figures, and then group them with students, and then that entire group will then be paired with an entrepreneur and how we can take that to a scale of business. So I think that's something the program is sort of exploring. But personally for us, we'd love to still continue to work with that and see how we can help our business.
Thank you. Thank you. We really violated the time, but the topic is so wide. So I hope Mike is not going to kill us. Thank you.
So if we could have our panelists for the panel 2.2, managing sustainability multidimensionally, up on stage.
It was just yeah, it's a little bit delayed, but it's okay. We're not really. There you go. Yes, I just wanted to say that. Okay, see whatever you want, really ready for the coffee. Yeah. Are you okay? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's an early Saturday morning.
It's all right, I'm ready. Hey, how are you?
Yes, we want to take
Joaquin, yes. Secretary Chairman, it's also, yeah, right in German. I guess both Dutch and German.
Morning.
But I'm used to have my own version, so. Yeah, so we have. So what?
Yeah. So I can make it short if everyone likes. I can just cut our panels, time in 5 minutes each, and we can just finish on time. So, so are we taking a break or are we not taking a break?
We're not
Oh, this is a break. Okay, then,
Well,
yeah.
people just took it
I
anyway.
thought I canceled the break.
No, you can't cancel a break. You can cancel a session,
Yeah.
but not the break.
Not the break. Oh, we started late. Is he on?
He's on.
Oh, he's on too. Okay. Mira, right?
Miro, can you hear
Mira,
us?
right?
I do. Can you hear me as well?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Lovely. Hi, everyone. Good morning.
Can you hear him?
Can you say something, Miro?
Can you hear me?
Oh,
Yeah,
yes.
we can hear you.
Okay.
Speak louder.
Fantastic.
So we might go with the sequence with some Laura first. And I guess we can Dr. Riva. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Oh, okay.
He's also a professor here.
So as we're doing just 5 minutes
Ron and I used to work.
discussion. Oh, really? Oh,
Yeah, I submitted one because we need to expect factors which is
Okay.
going to us.
You need to so back, and then, some familiar faces I kind of recognize. And I've only been here for 7 years. Only. It's a long time in these
What's the career?
Oh, for the academia, 7 years is really not long. Yeah, so it's the industry, right? Right. It's pretty long, right? Yes. So do you attend those type of conference frequently now or not?
These, the sustainability specific.
Yeah, yeah.
UTVs. Well, no, not sustainability. I'll tell a little of my story when I to speak. I'm not sure I'm the
So not, okay.
fit for me, no. But I'm very involved with the Global Center for Business under Jason. So that's where, yeah, I get involved.
In 25, let's get started. Otherwise, the break will go on.
Hello, everyone. If you could start to get seated so we can get the panel started.
Which is good, thank you.
Do you want us to sit?
Yes, thank you. We will be ending our break shortly, so take a seat.
It does not really matter. Which way do you prefer?
Either way, it's fine. Standing.
Because if you do not stand, then you can have the speakers. Yeah.
Well, then I can
Yeah,
stand
you
up
already
there.
have one. Or you can stand.
I don't know. Yeah.
You like a stand, right?
I don't know.
Okay. Because I noticed that some of them, because of the previous session, they have slides, right?
Thank you so much.
I do have
Dr.
just the guy. Yeah.
If you
Okay,
could
good.
go
So
ahead and
you
get
have the
started.
slides? Oh, that's great. I don't have anything, so I'm so sorry.
Is this like using our libraries for Q&A?
I'm actually not sure why this is like this, but usually it's actually we have a questions, like same set of questions, and then each of the panel. Usually if it's an event meetings, it's the same set of questions to address, but then right now we have questions, so I was just.
All right, thank you. So we are now going to begin panel 2.2, managing sustainability multidimensional.
Hello, good morning, everyone. First of all, thank you, all of you, for showing up on a Saturday morning. I know some of you may not be willing to, but yeah. So I thank you a lot of like our friends a long time ago flying from Singapore, right, and to Las Vegas, and then with joining us, John. And thank you very much for our distinguished panelist members. They are working very hardly during the weekdays, and they still show up on the Saturday. So we are so happy to have all of you here. And then Dr. Ribai, who is actually joining us through the online session. So so welcome all. And then our session is actually going to be about the sustainability from the perspective of more about the practitioners' perspective. So that's why we are having these four distinguished four panelists members from the industry, okay? I'm not going to introduce each of them one by one, but now I will just ask a few questions for each of the panel members. And then in the process, when they answer those questions, and then they can give you some brief ideas about their own personal experiences, the industry background, as well as what their company is doing in terms of the sustainability related topics and the challenges that they are facing. Okay, but then because of the time, I would like to keep the time within 15 minutes. So in the sense that I will give each panel member roughly 10 minutes, and then we have 10 minutes left for Q&A session. Okay, so I will probably interrupt you if you overrun. Okay, so you know, no offense. Okay, so maybe let's start with Laura, right? So Laura, again, who is a senior VP of Altair Global, and then I think there are a few questions about like what is their companies doing in terms of sustainability, and then how do they measure ESG, which actually is a very critical question in both academia and the practitioner. Okay, so Laura, the floor is yours.
Thanks for that introduction. Again, Laura Gatens, I work with Altair Global, and when Darren was talking earlier about moving, and he had to rent a truck, he didn't know there was companies that actually help. That's us. Altair Global does help relocate individuals that are moving with companies. And so as you can imagine, as people move around the world, there's a lot of waste. There's a lot of opportunity with moving trucks and other suppliers that we work with to get people from one place to another. When I was first asked to speak today, I'm not sure I'm the most qualified, as I told Professor Zadorek, and said, we have a panel and we have people at our company that just really formed this committee that has a great passion around ESG. And as I started to look from the inside, going, you know, what are we doing? I learned that, you know, we've been doing a lot more than we may have been telling our story. From 2013, we do track things and we share things in our request for proposal to get business from a sales perspective. Most of that was from a sales perspective. And so as we started to go on this journey more recently and to identify people within our organization that had this passion, and some of them listed here, from our president and COO to just some of our frontline team members handling our customer needs, there was a great amount of passion and a great amount of story to tell. So this group came together and formed something. If you go to the next slide, we have a team member resource group called LIFE. We have several team member resource groups within our organization that really gives our team members an opportunity to share their passion around different topics, whether that be for empowering women, whether it be for Black lives, for the environment. So we have all of these team member resource groups, or TMRGs, where they meet weekly, monthly, to really identify ways to get involved in our communities, to get involved in our organization, to talk about things that matter. These groups come together and we change policies, some of our human resource policies around time off for paternity leave, or certain diversity, or applying for positions. So things that we have done in the past, and now we're formalizing more with some of these frontline and team member voices. So LIFE stands for Leaning In for the Environment. So all of these groups were put together by team members within our organization, and they really drive the topics. They drive a lot of the work that's being done with their passion. And while the first slide showed about 6 or 7 committee members, we have 59 team members across our organization of around 600 globally that join this group and meet and talk about things that they can do. We're talking about reporting out what we're doing. So our upcoming Earth Day, you know, every year this kind of sneaks up on us in April, and we talk about the things that we want to do. And this year, we really have a roadmap for what that looks like. Things like Meatless Mondays, or going in and getting food that is almost expired and going into those shelves and encouraging and educating on just some really simple things. The other part is really the art industry. And if you go to the next slide, we do have we have an organization called Worldwide Employee Relocation Council. This is really that group that brings all of our industry and our competitors together. I can then compare it to a blockchain. We're competitors, so we work against each other. But when you look at the common good of ESG, we come together under kind of one umbrella to really drive change within our organization and our industry as a whole, to minimize. And so if we have an organization called Move for Hunger that we work with, and if you're moving, especially from a North Texas home, 4,000 square feet, like some of us may have, over to Germany, where you're trying to get your California King and extra long couches to these apartments, that's really not going to work out so well, but people still try to do it. Additionally, they're trying to minimize this, and you'll find tons of things being wasted and thrown away. There's organizations that actually can come and have the donations, so we can coordinate all of that to have donation pickups. Move for Hunger actually picks up canned food and things that can be repurposed. And so when you use these types of programs, we have donations that go in, whether by our names or our clients' names, to plant trees or put things towards the environment. But as you find, it's all about education. When given the choice to donate or throw it into the alley for pickup, people will choose to donate, but it is that education and bringing that forward. So really excited to say that we have a board member on this WERC panel that is representing Altair Global and representing our industry to continue to get better at some of those opportunities for our environment. One of the things that they are also doing, if you go to the next slide, they are doing some surveys and really seeing where we are, putting out some meaningful information on how to get involved and what's out there from a education perspective. There's a new website launching called Coalition for Greener Mobility. Again, competition coming together to really drive change, education, awareness, and more than ever resources. Next slide. So if you look at Altair, I mean, while we have goals that we're identifying by using companies like Covadis and others, we have our own internal KPIs. So awareness and inspiring action among our team members. So giving our team members that time and opportunity to make a difference. We have a new policy where we allow volunteer days. And so up to a certain amount of days that they can take off and put their time during business hours and put towards anything that they want. We don't drive a specific organization, but if you have a passion for pets, a passion for women, run organizations, you can do all sorts of different things to make a difference for you. And then a representative of our Altair need. Minimize and greatly reduce environmental impact. So sometimes it costs money to put into some of these savings. And so we are a lean organization, and we do try to put some of that money aside to really invest in what matters most for the world that we live in. There's a new park coming to North Texas that's really wild project. It's so cool, and it really is meant to bring people together with dog parks and outside areas to be able to work and socialize and throw the frisbee with your family. And so Altair's got the front end to be able to sit and maybe invest in something like that. So those are the opportunities we're looking at because it means a lot to our organization, and it's right in our backyard, being a Frisco-based organization. Next slide. So some of our immediate goals for environmental is really hitting that net zero goal, which there's a lot of work to do in the next 10, 15 to 20 years on reducing that carbon footprint, sustainable procurement and reporting, and then using companies like CDP and USDPA to really measure and quantify what we're doing as an organization, and that awareness drives additional successes for us. We've done all of this. The social, I feel like, is easy. When you're an organization, we have a fantastic culture. There's a lot of inclusion and diversity initiatives that we've had for years and years, and understanding really and fitting us under that umbrella and giving team members that opportunity to really thrive in the things that they care about beyond just coming to work every day. We have a lot of community involvement where we invite community members into our organization. We work with local universities such as UTD and others to really get involved with talent management and bringing students in for opportunities as well. So we're really proud of all those partnerships outside of just our supplier base. And then my governance, I talked about the company policies that were really impacting and changing. And while we're still an organization of around 600 with 11 offices globally, there's still a lot of opportunity to impact change. And I think our organization is one that really listens and moves quickly on some of those changes. I talked a little bit about the planting of the tree. If you go to the next slide. So this is just really cool to me. I mean, every time that we do and we take that moment to positively impact by maybe putting 3 or 4 or 5 shipments on a truck versus sending a truck across the US half empty, those are the opportunities that we have to impact the environment and then give back and planting a tree that, you know, so need to continue to invest in. We also work with Habitat for Humanity on other initiatives and several other companies. We're also starting to choose a lot of our suppliers based on some of their impacts and their policies around ESG. There's thousands of suppliers out there, and while we always want the best, they need to be well-rounded in the same beliefs and journey that we're on. If you go to the next slide, so some of the, this is what we use to really benchmark. And so as I started to look into what we're doing at Altair, like I said, there's a lot that we are doing, but we just haven't really sat back and quantified it and measured it. And so companies like Acrobatis, CDP, they're now driving us to really put that down and really report out on all the great things that really are positively impacting the environment, some of those social impacts and how we're now governing much more than we ever have. And then outside of those 2 companies, we have our own goals and our own standards and our own KPIs. So this is a cross-functional team across our supplier partnership teams, our finance teams, and really it's all hands-on of how we can positively impact some of the business processes that we have. With that, I think that will wrap up my section.
Our next speaker is Malik Sadiq, who is the CFO and co-CEO of Live Kindly Collective, and then who also wrote a book on leadership. So and he's coming to share with us about some of the business challenges from the food industries, companies from food industries. Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. So my name is Malik, and I work for a company called Live Kindly Collective. I want to ask you who has heard about Live Kindly Collective, because nobody would raise their hand. I would ask you a question though: how many people here have tried a plant-based meat? All right, so maybe 25% of the people. So I would ask you another question. Just in the United States, just in US, how many chicken gets slaughtered in a week? 10 million. Huh? 10 million. 10 million in a week. Okay, somebody else? Higher number. 30 million, higher number. Huh? 100 million? Higher. In 1 week. How many chickens? Just in US. 170 million chickens. Okay? You divide that into 325 million population. That's just chicken. There's 600,000 head of cattle. And I think about 3.5 million pigs. I used to work for Tyson Foods. I worked for Tyson for 15 years, right? So I know these numbers, and it's unfair to ask you, but it's just there to open your eyes of how much meat consumption we do. And obviously I work for a company, Live Kindly Collective, another ad. And we make plant-based meats. I'm not trying to convert anybody to veganism. I'm not a vegan, and I'm the CEO at the company. I'm not a vegan, but I'm an aspiring vegan, and I'm an aspiring flexitarian, right? Every chance I get, I try to cut back on meat. And because I'm aspiring, if I really feel like eating meat, I can, because I don't claim to be a vegan. So it's easy. You can do the same, right? Laura talked about meatless Mondays, right? That's a great way, you know, to skip one day of the week, don't eat any meat. It's a huge impact. Animal agriculture contributes about the same amount of greenhouse gases as the entire transportation industry combined. Not my data, you can Google it, okay? And that includes all the deforestation, water consumption, CO2, and methane gas, and all of that. I'm not a scientist. I am an engineer. I do have a PhD. I'm nothing close to all the professors sitting here with a PhD. But practically speaking, I can also talk to you about how do you run it? You know, the session's title is multidimensional sustainability, right? So in our business, we constantly look for ways to how to become more sustainable. We are fortunate, unlike moving trucks, our business lends itself to be sustainable. Every time I can convince somebody to switch a meal from animal protein to plant-based, I help the environment, right? So I have an advantaged business model that way. I just gotta go sell more. That's exactly what I tell our sales team. You know, we can figure out, we can try to put solar panels on top of the factory, which we are looking at, by the way, to reduce, you know, traditional energy coming to our factories. It's not economical. I shut that project down. I can't afford it. If I can't afford it, the company goes out of business. And then guess what happens? 170 million chicken every week happens. Right? We can't afford that. We gotta have a sustainable business to have sustainable sustainability. Right? So I think that it's critical that we look at sustainability very practically. Economic sustainability has to be balanced with planet sustainability in every way. If you can't run a good business, you can't do this very long because you're going to go out of business, right? You can be a nonprofit and continue to do it. That's fine. But not when you are a for-profit business like Live Kindly. We do business in 7 markets. We are reasonably decent sized startup, but still a startup. You know, we're about 100 million in revenue. In 7 markets, we have 3 factories, one in Sweden, one in Netherlands, and one in South Africa. And we export to about 40 markets. What we constantly look at is how do we become more competitive to meat industry, right? There are 2 things for me to sell you on plant-based meats. One is it needs to taste good. Nobody wants any even free product if it doesn't taste good, right? You throw it in the trash and move on. So we got to be able to produce really good tasting food, all right? We work with universities, primarily in Europe, hopefully with UTD one day. But we also are working on how do we reduce the price point to the consumer. Today in US, it's a very struggling business because we are 4 times more expensive than conventional chicken, 2 times more expensive than organic chicken. All right. So if you want to have meatless Mondays, make sure you find a friend who's paying for it. Right? Well, we want to take that away. We want you to pay for your friend, right? That's what we're working on. In Europe, we're one-to-one. We have a thriving business, same product. So clearly it's not the taste, you know, unless you think Europeans have bad taste, which I don't think so, because most of my team is in Europe, right? But no, I have eaten their food, it's not bad, not bad at all. It's the price point. We gotta work on the price point. In Europe, we had 100% recycled tray, where we put our product in and took it to market. 100% recycled tray. Very expensive. We purposely went to a 99% recycled tray. Half the price. All right? Because the supplier doesn't have to be 100% sure that it's recycled plastic, right? It takes their cost down, it takes my cost down, I can be more competitive, and if I can sell one more meal, I probably cover for that 1 week's worth of 1% extra non-recycled plastic consumption. I don't know that math, but I'm making this up as I go on this stage in front of you. But it's just a common sense decision. Right? I would rather be 99% right and have a thriving business than 100% right and fail. Right? That's what we need to, that's how we need to look at sustainability for us. Okay. Any other questions? I don't know how long I've talked, but I don't want to be.
You're right on time.
All right.
Right on time, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And let's welcome our next speaker, Yongchen, from the who is an expert in international sourcing. So he will share with us about how to manage the suppliers and global sourcing, you know, from his experience over like decades in the industry. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, everybody. I'm very happy to be here to share some perspective again from an industrial corporation or from a career in industrial corporations. But I would like to start with kind of an emotional journey that I went through this morning. And when I prepared for my discussion with you, I looked back at my own history and my career related to the sustainability touch points that I've had at various stages over the last decades. And walking in here into the session we had just prior to this one, I felt small, even though working for very large global corporations with a lot of investment and focus on sustainability topics, hearing what's done on the micro level, where it really matters, where it matters to individuals, gave me some additional food for thought with respect to the session here. We're talking about managing sustainability multidimensionally. And while I was thinking during my preparation about the different dimensions that I have faced in my career related to sustainability, there was another one, and that was my own personal emotion about where it matters. It matters, of course, in our daily lives as professionals, where we have to meet objectives, but it also matters for us as individuals. We're all members of the community. So while I did not prepare this personal part in the micro local topic, I just wanted to acknowledge that it was a very powerful and insightful presentation from the group prior to the session. And I want to pick up on the sustainability topic right where my previous speaker ended. Looking at in the last decades, many companies started talking about sustainability issues, mostly related to environmental aspects, and the highlights or the most emphasized challenges that we are facing. In many instances, the focus was on preventing a bad reputation because companies were doing simply things that were perceived as bad. Everybody has seen that newspaper headlines about large corporations having a supply chain in different countries and access is happening, and certain ethical and moral standards were not met, maybe even laws were broken. Going from that point to where we are today, and I agree with you there. I've seen, at least in the larger corporations that I have been lucky to work for, that they have come to a more balanced approach to sustainability and trying to balance the stakeholder interests that are out there for everybody who is a stakeholder in the company, be it shareholders, be it employees, customers, suppliers, and the community that a company is embedded is, compared to the value system. If the stakeholder priorities don't match the value system of the company, you will not make progress in the sustainability area. But just coming back to what I said initially, that this local topic here at Bonton Farms making an impact on myself has directly affected me as a stakeholder, my own priority, and being happy to work for a large corporation that has sustainability at the forefront of its activities. I'm very happy that I can see a good overlap in what we are doing compared to what I feel as a key stakeholder needs to be done. I want to invite everybody to take a look at this. My bio says I'm working for Park Corporation. Yes, that's true. That's the legal entity of Danaher Corporation that I belong to. But just this morning, I reviewed the Danaher Corporation sustainability report. Danaher is a publicly traded company. They publish the sustainability report, and I think it's an excellent example where you can see how stakeholder priorities have grown and have been aligned with the company's value system, and that has spawned a lot of programs and initiatives that are executed not only from an industrial market perspective in the markets we are operating in, but also from a local community impact perspective. And I would like to invite everybody to take a look at this. This is how it can look like. But of course, I'm fully aware that the journeys that larger corporations have gone through are not necessarily reflective of what smaller and mid-sized companies can go to. But the large corporations also started somewhere, and along these journeys, there are lessons that can be applied. That people like us are, of course, are happy to share with everybody who's interested and faces a challenge. So thank you.
Thank you. Our last speaker is Dr. Merrick Ribai, who is joining us online, and he's currently the EY consultant at the global LOT leader. So I'm not sure whether I get it 100% correctly. And then he actually is going to share with us from some of the perspective from the consulting firm's perspective about what are the challenges, and then the different perspectives that they have in terms of how the companies, from the consulting companies' perspective, in terms of internal perspective, as well as their external perspective on how to view the sustainability. Okay, thank you. Now the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. So, as you probably know, EY is a 365,000 people company, out of which we have almost 3,000 climate and sustainability specialists. We operate in over 700 different offices around 150 countries around the globe. And ESG sustainability is on our agenda for several years already. We managed to build the whole ecosystem around sustainability with our alliance partners, IBM, Microsoft, Enablon, SAP, Blue Prism, ServiceNow. And thanks to this, over the last couple of years, EY was recognized by Verdandex, by IDC, as sustainability consulting leader on the planet. So that's a privilege to actually be recognized, and I'm here very glad to actually share with you our perspective on these two dimensions that Sulin was referring to. The internal one is what we as a consulting firm do in order to be sustainable, and also the external one to share with you what we do to help our clients, to help the whole community, to help countries, to help people become sustainable in the near future, actually to together build a better working, sustainable world. So starting from the internal perspective, you may know, but you may not, but in 2021, in January 2021, EY has launched our carbon ambition. We defined our carbon ambition to become carbon negative and to become carbon net zero company by 2025, reducing our emissions by at least 40% year to year, and actually, of course, in the all three scopes, scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3, meaning our own emissions, indirect emissions of energy, and also indirect emissions which are not owned by EY. So we see this goal to be zero net, carbon zero net by 2025 very, very, very seriously. And on this journey to become a net zero company by 2025, actually, year by year, we are achieving our goals. So in 2022, we emitted, just to give you the example, almost 600,000 tons of carbon dioxide equivalent, which is huge. But comparing to our previous year, the baseline that we took from 2029, it was over 60% reduction. And what we are especially proud of, this 600,000 tons of carbon dioxide equivalent was actually offsetted already, which makes us to be carbon negative company from last year. And this was a trigger which actually put us even more committed to achieve our ambition by 2025. And we are very closely sticking to our 7 points program, which gets us there. So first of all, we are very heavily investing into all the nature and science-based projects to help actually offset the carbon emissions. We are limiting and properly managing all the business travels emissions. We are very much committed to use 100% renewable energy around the globe. We changed our contract structure. We changed our supplier management program. So if any of our suppliers want to work with us in the future, he needs to be also carbon negative, or at least have a strategy to how they want to reach the net zero at some point. So this additional trigger to actually send a message to the world, guys, we need to seriously treat our planet. We need to seriously think about the future, because the future is completely depending on our current actions. So this is our internal perspective. But whatever we do internally is also very much intersecting with what we do on the market. So we work with clients in several areas, actually, to help them achieve the same. So we are reframing, working with the clients to reframe their strategies. Actually, how to make sure that whatever they do is actually economically viable. As Malik was saying, it's very important that whenever we think about sustainability, whenever we think about ESG, this must be economically viable exercise. So we are working with clients to actually help them change their way of their operations, change their processes, their supply chains, their governance on operating models, just to properly embed the concept of sustainability into their operating models. And this may be also the element for some of the clients to generate additional revenues. If you realize that today, 56% on the research, Generation Z consumers are actually willing to pay more for the sustainable, eco-friendly products. That means that ESG is becoming not just a buzzword, not just a trend, but it's a very serious market trend in the population. And when you realize that in the US, it's 40% of consumers who are in this generation, that means that ESG and eco-friendly products, eco-friendliness, is becoming a very important market trend, which is impacting all the market and the global economy that we know today. And this brings me to the second element, which is my role in the firm. So I'm responsible, first of all, for the ESG solutions that we bring to the market. But at the same time, I am responsible for our global IoT practice. And the key question is now, how One person is responsible for these two elements. So what is the technology bringing to this whole play? And this might be shocking for some of us in this room, but if you realize that telecom sector, telecom companies are, and the whole technology is emitting roughly 4% of the global CO2 emission. It seems to be a lot, seems to be not that much, but just to put it in the context, the whole global aviation is responsible only for 2% of the global CO2 emission. So technology, the telecom sector, is emitting twice much of all the aviation in the planet. It's still not a huge number, but this carbon emission or CO2 emissions from the telecom are mostly coming from the data transmission and data processing, which is growing roughly 60% a year. That means that by 2025, the whole telco sector will be accountable for not 4% of the global emissions, but 15% of the global emissions, which is a lot. It's 1/8 of the whole global emission, which is huge. So this brings us to the question of what we can do about it. So how technology can actually, first of all, help us if it's emitting so much carbon to the environment. And the problem is, or the case is, that without technology, we'll not even be able to say how much we're emitting. So technology is, at one hand, huge polluter, but at the same time, is helping us to actually fight this carbon emissions and help us to be more sustainable. And when we're talking about technology, we as a firm, we're employing technology in two areas. First of all, we are using solutions such as IBM and VZ or Enablon internally and also implement to our clients to help them know how much, what's their footprint in the scope 1, 2, and 3 of emissions. That's the first one. But also what we do, we build end-to-end IoT-enabled, IoT-driven ecosystem and the whole solutions for electric vehicles ecosystem, for smart grid, for smart water, smart metering, asset performance management, supply chain reinvention. Joachim was mentioning how important this is. And in these domains, we bring this end-to-end IoT-driven solutions actually to help our clients, to help different entities, to have help global corporations actually, when they know how much they pollute the planet, so they know how much CO2 they emit, actually help them reduce their greenhouse gases emissions, and also increase the lifetime of the assets, reduce the waste, help them use more green energy, manage their internal energy contracts just to offset their CO2 pollutions. And in this context, the whole question which I hear from time to time now is technology helping or is hindering the whole sustainable concept? I believe that the answer is that technology, if it's, as Malik was mentioning, economically viable and is used in the sustainably viable way, it can only help us in the future. And this is what also the regulators are recognizing. So when you see how the planet is currently in the governance in the different geographies in the US, Canada, South Africa, South Korea, the governance and the regulators are setting up the frameworks, how to track, how to measure, how to report the CO2 emissions and all ESG agenda of the companies. This is the good trend. Of course, the key question is how, again, this is looking from the economical perspective, because if you realize that the current regulations that are being deployed and launched in Europe, one is the CSRD, which is a corporate sustainability reporting directive that is currently introduced to EU countries, which is applicable to over 550,000 different companies in Europe. And it will be applicable to all the companies in the world which has any operations in Europe by 2027. That means that the regulators are forcing everyone to actually seriously treat the ESG problems. But the question is, how does it impact the economical operations and the whole commercial angle of operations? Because another directive which is currently being deployed in Europe, it's becoming in force as of October 1st this year, is actually introducing the carbon border adjustment mechanism, which means that the company is paying for the carbon whenever it's importing anything to Europe. So now the whole trick that many companies were sitting in the past, we are green because we are green in Europe, but we are polluting the planet in India or China, is not going to work anymore. Now the companies who have to be responsible for all the emissions they produce, not only in Europe, but worldwide. And this forces companies to rethink their supply chains, rethink what should they do in order to adjust to this new regulations. And that's what we work with our clients, actually to help them, first of all, be competitive on the market by properly adjusting to the regulations, at the same time to rethink their operating models, how these operating models can actually generate profit for them in a proper, at the same time, killing two birds with one stone, increase the profits, at the same time, increase the benefits for our planet by becoming sustainable. And that's what we do as a consulting firm, and in this dualism between our internal and external activities, which at the end of the day is has the same objective, to be and become active player in making our world sustainable in the future.
It's really good to see the convergence of all our speakers about the creating shared value between the stakeholders as well as the shareholders, and then you can see that the sustainability efforts, right, that all of the firms are trying to do is to integrate all of their sustainability efforts into their value chain, and then either domestically or globally as well, right? Now we have actually 10 minutes to open for the discussions or questions from the audience. So feel free if you have any questions, anything that you want to discuss with our panel members. Yeah.
Where's the microphone?
Yeah.
I think every panelist is given so much to think about, and we could ask each one of you 4 or 5 questions. Let me just get one question for Laura first. You mentioned the 100 things you mentioned. One of them was that your company gives time off for employees who volunteer. Tell me a little bit more about that, like 1 day a year or what is it?
Sure. So we started a few years ago where we had a kind of a social day, which was an experiment for our company. So we actually coordinated several people, all sorts of different organizations in the local region. So we do have 11 companies, 11 offices, 4 in the US and the rest overseas. And so we have local experts kind of coordinate different organizations and took a morning or an afternoon. And so we did that all like the one big bang, which was really cool, really fun, and really energetic, and tons of pictures and excitement and social discussion around that, which was awesome. But it took a lot of coordination. And then there were people that couldn't get out or couldn't do it. And so we really backed into more flexibility and said, rather than doing this day a year, let's weave it throughout the year. Let's not choose the organizations, let them choose the organizations. We created a form online that feeds into our TMXR, team member experience department. They look at those organizations, they approve the time. You can do it with a friend, a colleague, but it really has that flexibility to invest. And then we track all of those great companies that we're supporting and find some of those trends. We may do some matching or some other things as we grow our policies around this area.
So my question is for Joaquin. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. I think work on supply chain resilience in ESG, and while your talk was really good about your own touch points, can you give us a little insight about Dan Hauer and Paul's work, especially on resiliency aspect of supply chain and as it relates overall to sustainability? Just a broad.
How much time do you have? No, thank you for the question. Let me again take you on a journey here. When we in the procurement field started to have the first touch points related to sustainability questions, about 20 years ago, it was more or less driven by our company looking at what are we actually doing. Coming back to the dimension topic that we have at the title for our session here. It was more a question inward looking. Are we a good corporate citizen? Are we meeting corporate responsibility requirements? There wasn't a lot yet outward focusing to external partners like suppliers. That came about, I would say, 5 years later. Once we had sorted out what we wanted to do at that point in time as a company, we then asked the question, okay, how can we actually make it happen? Who do we need to influence in a positive manner? On the outside of the company, there is of course customers and business partners, but for me in procurement, it was the question that how do we carry that ambition we have as a company into our supply chain? And we had the first measures of rolling out, that's not company secrets. Many companies have supplier code of conduct that stipulate the expectations that a company has in the business relationship, and major chapters in codes of conduct talk about the morals, the ethics, but also the sustainability factors. In modern supply code of conduct, they directly draw from the United Nations sustainability goals right away and translate it to what we ask our suppliers to do. But that was started about 15 years ago. Now, if you raise expectations to an external party, the question is, are you happy with just communicating it, or actually are you looking at it, enforcing it, making it happen, holding the external parties accountable? So there were ways and means developed depending on what the community you're looking at as your external partner to actually make sure that they are living up to those expectations. But that was only the next tier of supply chain we're looking at, our immediate suppliers. Now, if you spin the wheel a little bit further forward through technology, we have the ability to see more across our entire supply chain, not just that next node, but all the way upstream to the primary sector, the harvesting, the mining. We heard from the EY colleague that there are laws right now in place that force companies to actually not only do things differently, but to actually, before they can do the right things, they need to have the transparency. They need to figure out who they are dealing with and what are those sustainability related practices that you are rewarding by paying money for a good or a service that comes out of that integrated supply chain. So we are right now at that stage to look for how we act in this field. On the one hand, gaining the transparency that allows us to meet the laws, but then also go from reacting to laws and corporate ambition to the question, how can we turn this around and go from reaction to being proactive, to taking ideas and initiatives to make better products, to create demands, like you are in that business, migrating from the traditional food menus we have to more sustainable solutions. So we are trying to do this as procurement. We are, of course, in that dimension, to me, the first dimension was ourselves, the second dimension was our immediate suppliers. The third dimension is right now to go up in the nodes of the supply chain to have that transparency and to come to that second question you had. Resiliency, it's not necessarily directly related to sustainability, but the resiliency as well is riding upon having a transparent supply chain. You need to understand who you're dealing with and what are the risks that can hurt you. I'm not talking about financial risk or technical functionality of materials. I'm talking about business continuity as what can really disrupt your operations and your services, your fulfillment of your obligations towards your customers and their customers.
Just one more follow-up question to that.
Sure.
And thanks for sharing your thoughts on sustainability and also brought up the connectivity to resiliency, which is kind of, maybe the transparency is the one which connects the two. This track and trace or whatever type of applications you can put out there, you're trying to get the tier 3, tier 4 suppliers to see where they're at in terms of. So when you talk about that, I think this can connect also to Miroslav's, EY with consulting involved. The technologies, right? Teaching supply chain, I look at all these technologies, how it can be valuable. IoT is a big part, big play in that. But from your side, looking at all these clients, do you see blockchain applications getting a lot more momentum? Because we hear that a lot, we see that in reports. But then, I tell my students that the word blockchain itself is probably the reason why people don't get involved, because it's blocking everything. Or it's a transparent chain. I don't know, maybe engineers created that term, and coming from computer science, and it's a negative connotation to the whole. So I just wanted to ask you how it's being accepted by the community of your clients.
I have no direct exposure to it, full disclosure. In my prior life, looking 5, 6, 7 years ago when blockchain topics were brought up, the main thing that stuck with me, and the EY colleagues probably better suited to talk about that, but I could see a benefit from a sustainability perspective if blockchain allows you to take players out of the supply chain that are at the moment simply there to make business relationships happen. If you can use blockchain, the exchange of data directly between two partners, and take partners that you need today to make something happen, if you can take them out of that supply chain, it's going to become faster, it's going to become less complex and more transparent. So the technology can help us. I'm not a blockchain expert. I just want to talk about the other IoT topics. There are lots of intelligence services out there that are very beneficial, but you always have to think about what you actually want to get out of it. Just because they can provide you a lot doesn't necessarily mean you subscribe and immediately get everything you need without giving up information to customize the offering. So it helps a lot, but from a risk perspective, from a sustainability perspective, it always has to start with your ambition. How do you want to approach the risk management and the resilience topic, and how do you want to approach the sustainability? That has to come first. And then you can target technology and applications and services that you need to actually get to that endpoint.
And you can also use permission, private and public, access to the blockchain connection, which will allow you to, keep the confidentiality of whatever you need, right?
Yeah. You're more an expert than I am.
Miroslav, what is your thought on the topic? The use of blockchains for ESG and.
Actually, we see adoption of blockchain in different elements, especially in terms of tracking the green tokens of green products, palm oil, hydrogen, right? But blockchain is just a technology, right? It's a philosophy and the technology which can help elements of trust, of traceability of data in the ecosystem. But it's again, technology always follows the business concept, right? And technology is only useful as much as it brings the value to solve the tangible business problem. And we see and we use blockchain for in several areas: commercial, financial, heavy industry, but also we use blockchain for actually as I said, for example, we use blockchain for tracking the wine, which is more consumer goods, just to make sure that whenever you buy a super fancy, expensive bottle of wine, you know that thanks to blockchain, you know that this bottle is legal and it's not a fake bottle. But we also use blockchain for solutions to track palm oil, to know that if you're buying a product, the palm oil that was used was coming from the green oil plants, right? So again, it's a solution that helps, it's a solution that brings benefits, but it will always follow the business needs, because technology always follow habits.
Thank you.
Do we have last burning questions? Okay, one, so then we will stop. Okay, so please go ahead.
Yeah, I have a quick question for Malik. I really like the food, and I have a question about the nutrition wise for plant-based impossible meat, whatever it is. What's the nutrition wise like compared to the real meat? The real meat has a lot of trace minerals and the vitamins, but I assume that the plant-based meat is made by soybean.
It has many protein sources, but soy is predominant.
Okay, and what's the nutrition compared to the traditional meat? That's the first question. The second question is that when you make the meat, how long does the transportation gonna cost? Because when you raise the chicken or cow, you can just supply to the local grocery store, and that actually has very short transportation. But if you do grow the soybean in the factory, like you said, you have 3 locations, and how long is the transportation to like different grocery stores? Will that cost more on the carbon nutrition?
Yeah, so, okay, so there's we try to target the protein content equivalency with animal protein. Because you can sort of dial in. Plant-based meat is not rocket science, well, it is, that's other people. You know, you make a dough out and you use protein concentrate and you convert it into meat looking end product with taste, texture of the meat. So you can sort of take the protein content out, take the protein content out. I think the one thing that we need to keep working on is the salt content is a little bit higher than animal protein. It does have fiber that animal protein doesn't. It is cholesterol free that animal protein, you know, that is not. So it has benefits, pros and cons. You don't have to add salt when you're making a dish for it. So you sort of overcome when you add salt to, you know, animal dish versus plant dish. So there's pros and cons, but to me, to be very honest and transparent, since we talked about transparent blockchain and supply chain, I think sodium is what we need to work on. And when you buy it, don't add additional salt, and I think you shouldn't do it.
Vitamins.
Huh?
What about the vitamins? Like, you know, the beef contains like vitamin B, vitamin C's, or like D, or that kind.
So we have to add those. We have to add those, obviously, and you know, the amino acids and whatnot. We try to add it and match it, but you have to, every product you're gonna pick up, you know, you have to sort of know what you're picking up. Right? I can't tell you a blanket answer, but we can add those. Some come naturally from the plant that we are using to produce as well. And then I think the second question was for transportation. The chicken gets transported globally. If you Google how much chicken travels per pound, it's quite a bit. We try to source our raw materials locally. We try not to buy long distance, but just know that I can create a lot of meat from a concentrate that has to travel, right? So container loads of soybean or corn don't have to travel, which is the feed content for any animal protein. I think both industries have to work on reducing our transportation. We work diligently with that. We have changed our source in Europe, for instance, from Chinese source to a Serbian soy, which has less distance to our factories, at least in Europe. But in some cases, like in South Africa, where soy is not available, we do transport that. So it's pros and cons, there's a, there's a quick answer and then there's a right answer, right? We're chasing the right answer. We're not trying to make the perfection enemy of the good. We want a good, right answer. Once we get there, we're gonna chase perfection. So we're not without faults, but we're trying every day we try to work on minimizing it.
Then, this concludes our this session. Thank you, everyone.
So we're going to move right past the break and into our next session, which is panel 2.3, sustainability in higher education. If I could have all my panelists on stage, and we'll go ahead and get started with that. Thank you.
Maybe some kind of order. Who's going on? Are you?
Yes.
So it's going to be using that.
Okay. Manos over there.
Yeah, so sorry, we're starting, because the first session was 30 minutes late, so.
I heard.
I know, but it's a minor disaster. We can manage. She's there, so she's the boss of everything, so what do you want us to?
Dr. Bobby,
Yes. Okay.
and then
You guys are. Yeah. Okay. We got everybody.
Yeah.
So, do we just talk, right, or you want me to talk about it?
I will use mine.
Yeah, but do you have the PowerPoint over there?
Yeah, she has.
thank you so much, everyone. We go ahead and get seated so we can start our next panel.
But did you want to, do you want to use it? You don't
Dr.
want
Payne,
to use it?
whenever you're ready.
I can, actually, it would be nice if you could. Let me get my phone to send it to her then.
If you want, I mean, no, just give us another minute. Marissa will send the PowerPoint over to you. You can use these. Yes, Dr. Luca, good job. Good to see you. You got it. Okay. Easy. All right. We'll let the two of you show. We're not putting enough to see. a lot of high percentage of Indians. Yes. Is the president person in the whole country? So, they know a lot. Watching us. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm glad that- One more minute. 11:30 on the computer. All right, we'll start at 11:30. Okay, one more minute to go. For conference purposes, we're pushing everything back by 30 minutes. So whatever session on the program, if it says 1 o'clock, we'll start at 1:30. If it's 2 o'clock, we'll start at 2:30 so that we'll keep everything going. All right, folks, welcome back. We are all in higher education one way or the other. So this panel is designed to facilitate more discussions among us, those involved directly in higher education and other stakeholders, and employers and donors and future parents regarding what we can do as a sector, as an industry. Without further ado, I will go ahead to ask our panelists to introduce what they do from a higher education standpoint. So I will start with Dr. Haptiwolu, who will shed some light on what we specifically at the Dean of School of Management are doing. Then we're delighted to have invited Danielle, who is representing the UTD Office of Sustainability. So you will tell us more from the overall campus perspective, what we are doing as an institution, outside of Dean of School of Management. And then we have Marisa, who is going to shed light for us regarding what her institution, Dallas College, is doing. And finally, Dr. Benjamin Zuga is going, an old friend of mine, is going to tell us not only what he is doing and the university is doing regarding sustainability, but what Canadian schools are doing or what schools outside the United States are doing. He'll give us the best information using the business knowledge. So with that as my very brief opening remarks, Dr. Waldo, why don't you start telling us what we do here at Jamestown? Thank you.
Thank you. At Jindal School of Management, we have a specific, in fact, mission, which is a subset of what the university does. So there is no contradiction between what they do and what we do. So basically, sustainability is broad, and we take only a focused portion of the sustainability education. The philosophy of sustainability began, in fact, was maybe 4 years ago when Mike came to our university to tell us that there is a lot of people left over. So how do you teach students to be aware whenever they go into the real world? So how do they feel, in fact, the feeling of the society? So overall, we took that general
statement, and we try to, in fact, articulate it by talking to students, engaging them, in fact, in real-time projects by taking them overseas. So I'm going to talk about that specific area. You know, all of you who took, in fact, who graduated from the School of Management, were anchored on two schools of thought. Well, within the School of Thought, I would say. One is we teach our students how to minimize costs, correct? When they go rational allocation of resources. The second thing we teach them is how to maximize profit. Everything else is between them, correct? So when you talk about sustainability, it is not, one of the two. Sustainability, in fact, embraces both of them. So, but then it becomes complex. Why? Well, if you took econometrics, you apply simplex method to maximize profit or to minimize cost. It's easy, correct? You see it. But when you talk about sustainability, it really is an abstract. That's why yesterday the discussion went from one side to the other side. All of us agree and disagree on many issues, correct? So welcome to this world. So do I have the two pillars of the mission?
You only have 5 minutes.
Yeah. So we are anchored in two pillars. One is the poverty alleviation initiative, which means we take students abroad to learn about sustainability. The second one is to bring awareness within our community so that they could go to places like Bontelfar, for example, we have seen. So many students are now sitting on 2 lakes, internationally and also domestically. That's, so what do students learn, in fact? Students will learn how to manage business projects in a challenging environment. So when we talk about sustainability, you're confronted with difficult things. Like, for example, taking students to Ethiopia, where everything was impossible. So now the students were overnight, they have to sit down, in fact, solve everything, including how to communicate with the government, all the way to finding people who can help them how to get electric power. So the students are, for the first time, they are a real-time project by themselves. That's what we did, in fact, with my colleague who's sitting here and my credit itself also. So students will learn how to write business case papers based on real-time business operations. Writing an essay is difficult when you didn't see any issue. But when you confront it, writing an essay becomes easier. Most of send your students, in fact, to go abroad to observe things. When you see them back, you will see them, they are creative writers because they saw. The best business case papers will be further developed into academic research papers and presented, in fact, at sustainable global business conferences. So we are elevating the students' awareness to the level of writing competitive paper. Such engagement prepares also young graduate students for global leadership and corporate social responsibility. If you didn't teach them while they are studying here without any interest, later on, when they go into the corporate world, they are doing it because they are taught. They don't have that feeling so much. I'm sorry, I'm not undermining corporations, but I think you have to grow that sense of obligation first here as a student. Students will learn also how to keep sustainable sustainable profession. In other words, how do they sustain for 10 years, 15 years in a corporation? That helps them, in fact, stay with the corporation, align themselves. So that's for themselves, they are doing something good. By the way, people who have been involved in sustainable trade, sustainable initiative projects, well, we all know where they are today. They are working for large corporations. It's good, in fact, beginning of profession. So what does this mean? Are we doing it for ourselves or for the community? Well, I think we're doing it for the community as well. Cooperative sustainable business initiative generates usually income to the poor. Now we are thinking about how to generate income. You see it today, the Bantu farm people, how serious our students are. Introduce new management and marketing skills. When you go overseas on sustainable business, I think there is Korean approach, there is Chinese approach, there is Finnish approach. All types of schools are going overseas, but they are not coming to school of management because we are, we have our identity there. But when we go to a third country, we usually, in fact, find different ways of things. Help secure marketing to the emerging and frontier market countries. Well, we always talk about the American market. So how do we create, in fact, opportunities for the corporations who are going to work, unless we know, what the market look like overseas? Now, I know a German student who was an exchange, Dennis, if you know him, he went to Rwanda to work on microfinance. He worked for himself, if he didn't know, but he stayed there for a year. Then he liked it so much that he went to Tanzania. Then now the Düsseldorf-based, bank will call him, in fact, to be the manager without anything, jump into management position. Now he is in charge of wealth management of that bank, but in charge of West Africa, the whole of West Africa. This is career which they will adapt when they work inside. We also need to find out a way to expand, in fact, the global economy. Look, if you look at, you're not going with me, Mike is telling me to finish quickly.
I'm not even telling, but you got it.
Yeah. So I think there is a lot of growth issue. Can I get my the global wealth pyramid? Okay. So if you look at this pyramid, where is the market really? How do students? The market is elsewhere, not in the United States, not in Europe, not in Japan, not in Australia. When you look at the lower part of it, it is in fact the people who are waiting for goods and services. We don't reach out to them. So how do you teach, in fact, students, in fact, to target their products and services at the larger group of people who are not yet satisfied with the goods and services? So we teach them how to look at it. Look, if you are going to apply, should have see the middle ground. There are at least 4 tiers of societies. We always come from that first tier and build the number of people, 75 to 100 million population. But the fourth tier is 4 billion population. Yes. So I think what we have to do is, how do you reach out? How do you produce a new product which is going to be, in fact, targeting the lower one, which has the larger, in fact, potential buyers, not effective buyers, but potential buyers. So the next step is, here's a situation where you can see. What do you see here? What do you see? If I ask you, when I ask this question, what do you see in this area? Yes. Farming. What else? Women. So I take 2. What kind of farming is it? Very primitive, isn't it? There's no technology applied in it. But also women, how important. So what do I do? Technology allied with empowering women means moving the economy of those people which I have shown you, correct? The larger market. So what do we do? Commercialize farms throughout the world. We talk about deficiency of food, but there is no deficiency of food if we have potential resources everywhere. And so we have to, so students have to know how do they extract out of it, in fact, a product which is going to be useful to those 4 billion people. So big market. This is also, for me, an inspiring picture. This is in Ethiopia. Yes, this is in Ethiopia. The water was on this side of the hill. The land given to women for association was on the other side of the hill. Guess what they did? The women was so determined, they cut it, and the water had to go. So look what, smart, but also determination. So there is a difference between man and woman as far as project is concerned. Woman is stubbornly goal-oriented. Let's talk about it. Now in Ethiopia, there is a war in the northern part of Ethiopia. The women who were involved in this war made a difference. They were highly committed. For the first time, these were school children. They were just university students. But when we went into this field, they have shown resilience. So I want to dedicate this for those women. So we talk about sustainability, correct? If you take all the sustainability goals which are mentioned here, they're all they can be realized by empowering women. Look at it, each of it. Why poverty can be easily, in fact, eradicated if we involve women. Usually, they don't lose money. They usually are resourceful, correct? What else? Look, the second one. Good health and well-being of a society. Who can do it? Woman, who is very close to the young people, correct? So if the resources was connected, who can do good education? The woman again, especially I'm talking about the African experience. A lot of men are going probably to bars, they are socializing. Woman is 24 hours with the kid. So quality of education, if we want, we have to empower. Gender equality is important for women, of course. Clean water and sanitation again. Reduce inequality, climate action, sustainable cities and communities. If we give resources around women, probably we can achieve these goals easily. That's what I would say. Last.
You have 1 minute left.
Yes. Okay, thank you. So I took my students and I showed them this. What can you do? This is exactly what's happening in developing countries. There is plenty of food, plenty of fruits, but it's wasted. Why? Because we don't have the idea of conserving. How do you prolong it for tomorrow, the day after tomorrow? So out of this, there are many things we can learn. Carbon emission comes out of rotten foods, correct? So if you're talking about environmental issue, you begin, in fact, with conserving what we have. We don't have to feed them other things, but conserve. What else can you teach them? By looking at aesthetics. You're talking about beautification of city, smart city. Smart city cannot happen if you have garbage, correct? So how do you clean it? And again, recycling, even the so-called food, can be, instead of throwing it, today he was talking about my colleague from Ethiopia, the best thing is dehydrate. We went on dehydration, by the way. My creditor, at the end, when we didn't have any resources, he dedicated his own money from his pocket and bought that machine, which I have seen it. And I have to be thankful to that. Still waiting for us, by the way. So I think, I know my colleague wants me to finish it, but if you have any questions. So this is how we teach, in fact, students here and what kind of mission they should carry in their life. So thank you very much.
Sure, I'm gonna talk about, I'll talk about what sustainability looks like outside of JSOM here at UTD, and then specifically what the Office of Sustainability does. I'm Danielle Dunn. I work in the Office of Sustainability here, and really sustainability here at UT Dallas is broken into 4 different topics. First is through administration. Second is within academics. Third is in our operations, and then 4th is through outreach. And so our office is small, but I'm very proud of the really big impact that we get to make here on campus. And a lot of this impact is through collaborative projects, working with the different administration departments and different schools here on campus to make these bigger impacts that I'm going to be speaking about. And so first, looking at administration here at UT Dallas, we are very fortunate to be supported by executive leadership that sustainability is directly mentioned in our strategic plan here at UT Dallas. And so knowing that executive leadership supports sustainability, not just what we're doing, but the plans to grow sustainability on campus is really encouraging. And within the Office of Sustainability, we really connect everything that we're doing back to the UN 17 Sustainable Development Goals, just to make sure that all of the projects and everything that we have planned is tied back to all of those very important 17 topics as Dr. Woldu was speaking about earlier. And one aspect of our program is UTD is a member of ASHE, which stands for the Association for the Advancement of Sustainability in Higher Education. And they have a program called STARS, and that rates institutions based on how sustainable they are, using over 1,000 different data points. And UTD is currently re-enrolling as gold rated. And we're very proud of that rating, which is only possible through all of the different programs in those 4 categories I talked about. And so the next category is in academics. And Dr. Woldu gave a great description of what JSOM is doing academically. We have courses that are focused on sustainability in all 7 schools here at UTD. We have 135 researchers that are prioritizing sustainability in their research. And one way that we support researchers here at UTD is through a partnership with the Office of Research and Innovation and the Office of Sustainability. We set up a Sustainability Research Institute, which provides internal funding to researchers here at UTD, as well as our Sustainability Spires Seed Grant, which also provides internal funding. And then looking at the operational component of sustainability here, oftentimes when you think about sustainability, you think about kind of the more operational side, and the Office of Sustainability is located within facilities management. So we get to do a lot of really exciting, meaningful projects. And a few of those are through our buildings. We have over 1 million square feet of LEED certified green buildings here on campus. We have comprehensive recycling and composting programs. We have biodiversity efforts. And these biodiversity efforts have got us to be recognized as a Bee Campus USA with our pollinator efforts, and then a Tree Campus USA, because we have over 6,700 trees here on campus. And we also are going to be putting together an intermodal transit hub at the Dart Silver Line station that's being built just north of campus. And that's going to be providing micro transit opportunities to Dart Silver Line travelers, as well as EV charging. And we're looking to increase renewables here on campus as well. And finally, looking at the outreach portion of what we do with sustainability is really targeting our students and getting them involved. We have a micro farm called the Eco Hub, where we donate all of the produce to students in need. And we have community gardens that allow students to get involved with gardening. We have a program called Sustainability Service Honors, where students are able to get recognized for their sustainable volunteer service. And we also have countless outreach events throughout the year, where right now we're focusing on Earth Week, which is coming up later in April. We have a lot of exciting things happening on campus, and if you're here at UTD, we encourage you to join us. And finally, outside of students, we have outreach focused on the community here in North Texas through it's called RCE North Texas, which is a regional center for expertise through United Nations. And this center connects sustainability professionals around North Texas. And we look at educating, we look at how to address local sustainability issues. And I hope I gave you a pretty good overview of what sustainability looks like here at UT Dallas. And if you have any questions or want to learn more about our different programs, I encourage you to visit our website at sustainability.utdallas.edu.
Okay, thank you, Danielle. Melissa, please.
Good morning, everyone. I'm actually a visual learner, so I brought a PowerPoint presentation because I'd like to share some vital things that I think will help not only talk about Dallas College and sustainability at Dallas College, but also to help our students understand sustainability, our community understand sustainability, before we get into the complex explanations, because that's where we lose some of the critical partners that we need. So I'm going to start by telling you about our journey. I came to Dallas about 2 years ago to head the Social Responsibility and Inclusion Office. And when I came to Dallas, I came because I saw this as an opportunity to continue my career in terms of providing access to opportunities, to continue my career in terms of removing barriers. And I thought sustainability is a wonderful way to be able to do that and add to the portfolio of Dallas College. Now, when I came, we were in the transition of being Dallas County Community College District, and we had 7 independently accredited colleges. And that created some barriers for our students because it's like different universities, right? Each one offers different courses, each one asks for different classes to be able to complete a degree, etc. And so for students to move from one college to the next was a barrier for them to take the right amount of time instead of more time to graduate. So we became one college now called Dallas College. We now have, the 7 campuses that I talked about. We only had 5 campuses that had sustainability efforts. When I came in, those 5 campuses were represented by 5 sustainability coordinators. So the first thing that was done was to lift those coordinators to assistant director positions so that they could be further recognized for the efforts that they're doing as more senior leaders within the organization, within the college system. So in March of 2022, we decided to turn those coordinator positions into the assistant directors in the 4 areas that you see above. Next slide. And the reason for doing that is because we wanted to make sure that not only were we using the sustainable development goals throughout the college system, but because we needed to have a clear focus of who's designing courses that infuse sustainability into the curriculum, who's advocating to lower environmental impact throughout the system, whether it was through efficient energy use, through adoption of clean energy, etc. But also we needed a specific group to produce our events, our sustainability events, and our webinars. Sustainability then needed to be a complete picture. And the complete picture, as the Social Responsibility and Inclusion Division offers, is to have a combination of equity, environment, and economy. So with regards to equity, we have the specific area called diversity, equity, and inclusion. In that area, we support the college system with an inclusive environment, with the creation of an inclusive environment and policies that support the same. With environment, we have the sustainability office advocating for the wise use of resources. And yes, I'm saying advocating, because we report on many of the things that we collaborate with and that are done by our facilities office. And then we move that into economy and our supplier diversity office. How do we engage suppliers in the community so that we are purchasing things that are sustainable? But this wheel that you see here, you're gonna see also in the next slide, because when we talk about examples of sustainability efforts, and this was created as an effort to really explain sustainability to our stakeholders, because sustainability was a very complex idea for people that they were having a hard time understanding. And so we needed to simplify it and share with them that when we're talking about sustainability, we are talking about equity, environment, and economy. And what does that mean when we take on initiatives? So I'm sharing here the access to transportation as one of the sustainable solutions that we have. And I wanted to share this, and to your to the left of the slide, you see that the sustainable development goals that have to do with this are listed here, so that you're seeing that with everything that we do, we connected back to those goals. We have board members, we have students, we have community that thought providing a dark path was handing down something, was being generous something. And they never saw it as a sustainable solution that the college came up with in order to be able to, in terms of our people or equity, remove that barrier for education by providing transportation, okay? In terms of economy, we're going to be able to, as a college system, now have an educated workforce out in the community because that barrier of transportation was removed. And in terms of environment, the less cars we have out there, well, we know the rest, correct? And that is one example. And the next one is food security. And I'm just gonna ask her to slide quickly. So we have food security and several other examples of what sustainable solutions are like at Dallas College using this particular diagram. How are we measuring success of our initiatives? Just like my colleague mentioned, we are also part of ASHE and also have been awarded the silver status for the first time as a college system on the STARS particular rating system. So this is how we measure success in terms of being able to put on paper what the return on investment is. But how we measure success is also by the engagement of our stakeholders, whether they are our students through the programming, our community through bringing them into our system to talk about their sustainability efforts, through our employers letting us know what their goals are within their organization so that we can educate a workforce that is going to be able to provide them with the support that they need to take their sustainability initiatives to the next level and helping them meet those equity, environment, and economy goals that they have with the same. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now let's switch to Canada. So, Benjamin, yes, tell us something about what you can contribute.
Okay, thank you very much, Mike. Thank you all for your attendance today at this conference and this session. I want to share sustainability from the perspective of my university, what we are doing. My university developed, and that university is McMaster University. The university recognized the significance of sustainability, and as a result, decided to develop a strategy, what they call the sustainability strategy, living laboratory for sustainability from 2022 to 2026. So in effect, it's a medium-term plan. It has 4 drivers. One is a focus on culture of sustainability, so trying to build a culture of sustainability with regard to the beliefs, values, and norms. It's a way of institutionalizing sustainability. The second is on teaching, learning, and research about sustainability. The third is self-sustaining campus, and that is why McMaster becomes a living lab, such that what they do becomes exemplary. It's not, they basically want to walk the walk, not necessarily talk. And the fourth is what they call operational excellence. And this is essentially working with communities around, engaging the communities around and trying to make them aware of the significance and value of sustainability and how it can actually be done, helping those communities do that. McMaster has some principles, or is using some principles that kind of guide this strategy. And the first one is a lens on indigeneity, essentially focusing on indigenous approaches. My own study or research into sustainability at least shows that some indigenous communities had sustainable practices. And modern organizations and modern societies can learn from those practices. And I guess that is one of the insights from McMaster as to how indigeneity can help with that. The other principle is the focus on equity, diversity, accessibility, and inclusion. So essentially, these principles are similar to what Marisol just mentioned about what is taking place at Dallas College. So collectively, the principles, the guiding principles which focus on indigeneity, equity, sustainability as a collaborative and evolving effort, coming up with innovative solutions that are tailored to the community, and essentially sharing and recognizing that progress and achievement across the communities is important, but takes time as well. So those are the things that with regard to the focus on culture, McMaster centers or focuses on leadership, communication, and partnerships, as well as learning and development. So whatever they are doing in these areas, either within the Hamilton area, Hamilton used to be an industrial city. They made a lot of steel, but since that has changed, McMaster has or sort of believes that they have to work with Hamilton to try to make their environment sustainable, by which I mean Hamilton environment, make it sustainable. That is one thing they do. And they kind of try to use examples of students, faculty, even individuals who are engaging in all of these sustainable initiatives within the various communities around them. Besides Hamilton, there is a community called Dundas, there is a community called Westdale, and so all the areas around McMaster, the institution works with those communities to try to improve sustainability. The second driver is on teaching and learning, and essentially they have what they call sustainable approach. They have an interdisciplinary learning. They view the campus as a living laboratory, and then they also engage in digital learning and environment, basically. All these are to apply an academic lens to sustainability, so that they just don't tell others to do this, but they generate knowledge that would help in advancing sustainability. The The third aspect is what I pointed out earlier on, or the third driver is self-sustaining campus and size. So most of the buildings, most of the environments, even the food and whatnots that they do, is all built around sustainability. They have eco parks and green space. They emphasize health and well-being. The food, the dining room for students has elements that suggest or show how students can engage in sustainable health and well-being, what they eat, and so on and so forth. And then they also have active and alternative transportation, since transportation is an important factor that influences or affects sustainability. That is the third driver. The last driver is on basically operational excellence, which is it focuses on sustainable infrastructure, energy and water waste, as well as responsible investing and then sustainable procurement, where they develop metrics to try to determine the extent to which the procurement is sustainable or not. So collectively, McMaster essentially approaches sustainability across these four drivers using the principles that I talked about earlier on. And that is how McMaster is approaching this. In fact, they are even advancing or promoting majors and minors in the sustainability, so that students not only are made aware of it on campus, but when they go outside, they can live and work with it. And over time, it makes an impact all throughout the world. That is it from McMaster's point of view. And if there are questions, I probably will clarify. So thank you very much, Mike. And this is what I can say is the contribution from McMaster.
Well, thank you. We will ask all the panelists my second and last question, which is to ask them to speculate about the future of sustainability in higher education, both long-term and short-term. In our discussions, I came up with a dream. I want to share my dream with you. In the future, I have a dream. The dream is in the future, in every institution of higher education, regardless of your major. Right now, you are required to take one English class, one math, one history, right? One science, blah, 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 general education. I wish someday in the future, every college student in the world will be required to take one introduction to sustainability course, regardless of the major. But I know my dream is not here yet. That's my long-term dream.
It's a good one.
Now the question back to you. How do you speculate about the future of sustainability in this area? You can go ahead. You just turn it up. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
So my dream for sustainability in higher education is similar to what Mike said, but what I would love to see here at UTD is a way that any student in any school can incorporate sustainability into their academic journey. And so not just a program that's limited to maybe one school or one minor or one course, but something that is really reflects how interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary that sustainability is. And a program that I would like to see replicated here is the University of New Hampshire's sustainability dual major. And so this major allows any student of any track to be able to add a sustainability major and focus. And it adds a deeper level of application to what everyone is studying, because when you're going into the career or into the workforce, these students will be able to take sustainability with them and apply it into their respective fields. So that's what my dream would be.
Thank you.
And I'm going to go back to the PowerPoint if I may. Slide 13. I love giving resources. I mean, we say we're advocating, we say we're promoting, let's do it right away as we're speaking. So for me, for us at Dallas College, we're looking at making sure that we are working with employers, but also with the needs of the community. Remember what COVID did? It increased the need for having nursing programs, etc., in different education institutions. The same thing with employers in the community are looking to contribute and enhance their corporate responsibility within their communities. And so we're looking at working with the employers because we want to make sure that we're not only offering courses and degrees, but we're also offering workshops and certificates that meet the specific need of those employers, because everybody has something that may be a little bit different. It may need to be something that is more focused, and that's the need for the certificates in support of the corporate partners. That covered education. But if we go to the next slide, we see what can you do? And we're talking about the contribution now. Everybody here has been, and my goodness, when I moved to Dallas, I didn't know, I always tell our Dr. Lennon, our chancellor of Dallas College, that it was not in my contract that I was coming for a snowmageddon, for hail, for all kinds of weather disaster. I was used to hurricanes, but not to any of the cold weather that I never expected in Dallas. And so we have all become more climate crisis aware. And that is, I want to say unfortunately, but fortunately to our advantage, because then we can drive a direct correlation as to how you can help, because you're seeing the results of not doing things to be able to support that. But those are big goals. How can everybody do a little something on their own that they can contribute to sustainability? And so that's why you see a short list of some of the things that we have available at Dallas College to be able to bring it to an individual level so that people can start to see some results. Yes, every drop fills a bucket. It may take longer, right? But it's a consistent drop. So we want to make sure that those are there. And, we say that we're about removing barriers, providing equal access, both to education and to doing business with Dallas College. With all of this, we are providing and supporting the economic development of our community. And on the next slide, what you're going to see is a resource or some of the resources that we have available to you. These are some of the courses that have been developed at Dallas College and that are on our website to be able to provide the community with some direct sustainability learning. And so you see that the first one is literacy, and then you have the plastic pollution crisis and city solutions. Those are just two examples. The next slide has who is our team and how to connect with us, how to go to our webpage to have access to some of these resources. And we'll be happy to answer any questions as you find the names of the team, find the most appropriate person that you want to speak with, and we'll be happy to answer any individual questions that you have. Thank you.
Anybody have anything to add?
From McMaster's point of view, McMaster actually believes in, I wouldn't say believe in, but is actually making efforts to ensure that by the next time they renew their strategy, sustainability strategy, sustainability is institutionalized across the various majors, what they have done is to start an interdisciplinary sustainability program that has different, that involves different schools. And this is, they first started it with the Faculty of Environmental Sciences, but now it is part of the DeGroote School of Business. And eventually they're going to move it to others. So the future is that sustainability becomes something that every student is exposed to in their major, be they in engineering, be they in the physical sciences, be they in business, or be they in any other discipline within the school. And it is this interdisciplinary focus that they are emphasizing. They are designing courses that have that built into it. For instance, DeGroote has come up with a new program, what they call Integrated Business and Humanities. And one of the central elements of that program is exposure to sustainability. So all the courses that are taught from that angle of sustainability. So over time, I'm pretty sure within the next 10 years at McMaster, every student that is coming into McMaster would at least, beyond being exposed to, but take courses in sustainability, so that by the time they leave, they are not ignorant about it, but they are more actively engaged and forward-looking in that front. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, I have many dreams, but I will focus only on one. I know, I talked earlier, therefore. My first dream is that we all here become multiplier of sustainability. When you go home, from now onwards, you're going to talk about sustainability. Very related to that, it's part of it, is my dream is to have concentration degree programs, beginning at the School of Management, and then engulfing all the 7 schools we have. Thank you.
All right. So we have 9 minutes to have open Q&As. Well, feel free to ask questions. I do have a question for you, because we have different universities represented. What you are doing as a university in terms of sustainability, we're also eager to hear from you. So yeah, we've got a couple minutes.
We got many, but I got the microphone, so I'm the winner. It turns out that Danielle was the 4th person to tell us about how proud she was that your buildings are certified by LEED. Okay, and then Marisol told us we should take a class in literacy. I have no idea what LEED is.
So
yes.
So LEED is a green building certification. It stands for Leadership in Environmental and Efficient Design. And so this certification is a requirement for a building from the very beginning to when it's being occupied and managed, that certain sustainability aspects are considered. So we're talking about from ultimate, at the very beginning, the site plan. Is it located in the most efficient method? Is it, maybe being built on a green or a brown field instead of undeveloped land? To the actual building process, it's being sourced local, sustainable building materials, to the operations. When it's up and running, it's being making sure that all the systems are running efficiently, that it's being managed sustainable and sustainably and environmentally friendly. And so LEED is just a certification that recognizes that, and we have 8 buildings here on campus that are LEED certified.
Yeah, the acronym is LEED. LEED.
Yes.
Or LEED. That's the literacy part. So other questions? Microphone runner here.
So one doer who's a famous venture capitalist, he talks about and some of you may know that last year he donated $1 billion of his personal money to Stanford to set up a new sustainability school at Stanford. He talks about students and green jobs of the future. What are we doing to train students on green jobs in the future? We are talking a lot about awareness. That's great. It's wonderful to be aware. But the kind of jobs that are going to be available are going to be very different, or a new set of jobs is being created. And from the venture capitalist perspective, he's looking at, who's going to be able to have those jobs. So jobs, for example, in battery technology, in wind farms, in solar, all of those things. What is your opinion on training our students, and are we putting enough emphasis on those? I can understand the whole idea about awareness, but I don't think awareness is enough.
Maybe I'll take a step first. What if we have majors in sustainability? Who will be the companies that will hire such students, right? If we have wonderful majors, wonderful coursework, curriculum, but they end up not having these jobs. So of course it's chicken and egg. I realize 100 years ago, marketing was not a career. Now every university of business will have a marketing major, for example, right? So there are marketing jobs for these marketing majors to take. So green jobs, what are these green jobs? Should higher education take the lead in being the vanguard? I think in some sense we're trying to become, but then at the end of the day, the output, the products are our students. So I think that's one of the reasons marketing cannot be realized. A lot of universities are exploring, but do we have enough green jobs out there with companies willing to hire these graduates with a major in sustainability? That I'm not sure I can see a clear answer.
So this is what I was talking about before when I talked about working with the employers in the community. Because we can have a name of a degree, and then there are the jobs that are tied to that. So if we're speaking with our employers in the community and we're talking about what is the need, then when you're talking about the specific degree or certificate, because they may not necessarily be requiring a degree on sustainability itself, but as a part of the knowledge that they bring, maybe from a business perspective or from a science perspective, etc. So when we're looking at matching green jobs to our students, if we are not paying attention, if we're not having the discussion with our employers and creating not just degrees, but also certificates, webinars, programs, training, workshops, training that they need to be able to fulfill the sustainability need of their particular corporation or organization, then we're doing a disservice to our students. So that's why we have to become nimble and start having those conversations so that we get away from the square box and open it a little bit and see what else is there that we can do to support those employers, because ultimately we do want our students to be hired.
Ideally in their major related areas, right, such as sustainability jobs.
I think I will also add something to Ron's question. I think one of the things we do is in fact bringing the corporate world to our campus. That's what we are doing, as you see. So we learn from them because they are ahead of us as far as doing sustainability in practice is concerned. So this interface in a conference like this is creating an opportunity for our students to have internship and also to learn what is going on in every corporation. I think that's what we are doing. Thank you.
I just want to add to that. I mean, the certificate programs, I do agree with the whole idea which you're talking about in terms of it's a continuous learning process, right? The green jobs of the future. And the key word is interdisciplinary. But I have to say something which has been a fight within the university systems of the United States, because we are not interdisciplinary, unfortunately. if you look at our research programs, our professors work in silos within departments. Even if you take JSON, for example, I mean, we have professors who publish papers, and even those professors will be connected together. There will be a few people who will be publishing papers continuously within the same department. That's how it's structured. Same thing within engineering. And so you take all these major schools within the university, and not just UTD, you go to any major university in the US, you'll find the same trend. And that's how we have promoted research for years and years. So how are we going to promote interdisciplinary research in a system that doesn't really reward interdisciplinary research?
Well, again, take the first step. This conference, I was very delighted. At this conference, this is the first time I saw within the Genome School of Management, we have had colleagues from accounting, finance, marketing, and you're from OM and SEM, right? Supply chain management. And in addition to our department of management people here, because we are the school of management, so our department, unlike in many other universities, cannot be called department of management. So we have a very unique name that is called Organization, Strategy, and International Management, OSIM. It's a very weird acronym, OSIM. When I was area coordinator, I made sure I will promote the official pronunciation of OSIM. Awesome. Okay, so we have awesome professors, marketing, finance, other professors from other areas coming to this conference. That's a start. I think sustainability as a topic is hitting a chord among at least different departments within JSON. So that's a start. But yeah, the problem you identify is a very well-known problem. I'm not. He was here. We should have grabbed him, right? But he was here to promote this conference as well. So that's a useful start as well. We appreciate that.
I had spoken about this earlier, but our Sustainability Research Institute, between the Office of Research and Innovation and our office, one of the requirements to receive funding internally for researchers is that it must be between schools. We're encouraging it to be interdisciplinary. So incentivizing it through funding is one way that we're looking at creating that collaboration.
I can ask one question about that. I looked at the Sustainability Research Initiative, but our students here, many students approached me about projects they want to work on. They're not big projects like what we're talking about. It's not the $200,000 project. They're looking at small projects at different departments, doing small things, and I don't think that SRI supports that. Just a question.
Yeah, it is meant to be an institute that is larger than that. It is important to have projects like that, though, that we do offer to students.
Start at the grassroots level, small things, and then we can expand.
So I may have a suggestion for your question. When we create concentration, what we have to do is marketing, IT, international, all of them collaborate, and then they create a set of courses, which is going to be bringing, in fact, professors from the other set, the departments. So let's begin small in our School of Management. If we succeed, then we'll bring engineering professors to collaborate with us. That's how my dream was when I talk about concentration. Thank you.
All right, thanks for sharing with us your dreams. So thank you very much. Time is up. We can keep talking, but the future of higher sustainability in higher education, I think is generally speaking bright, but the immediate prospects will have to work hard. All right, thanks very much, panelists.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. So we'll be breaking for lunch. Due to the delay, we will come back for our paper presentation at 1:30 p.m. So go ahead and enjoy.
All right. Yeah, well, thank you very much. It's great to have you here.
Thank you. Very good.
Grab some lunch before you go?
I'm expected at about.
Oh, you have to go. No, it's right here. Right here. Thank you very much for. I want to know more about
We learned about such a successful DORA system in Los Angeles, logistic questions. I think the way to estimate service. Yeah, so I thought it's just something more environmental friendly or aware about sustainability. Actually,